Greetings, sons and daughters. End of the week is near, and since I'm still finishing new episode of True Cold Cases, I decided to publish a first compilation of park ranger horror stories. If you're a long-time listener, you know I love these stories, as they were basis for this channel a few years ago. In any case, sit back on that old chair, grab a pipe and glass of bourbon, look up at the night sky, and enjoy the ride. Hello, sons and daughters. You requested it, and I obliged. Here's an episode of old stories from years ago. I told you that I'll upload them periodically once I clean them for new YouTube rules, so I did it. Of course, you know that you can always watch all episodes on Spotify from link below. So yeah, thanks for being here. Sit back, grab a glass of bourbon, and let's ride. Now, before I explain my profession, let me tell the truth. There are monsters in the world, and they're almost all out for your blood. Luckily, there are people to keep them at bay. I am one of those people. Now, I'm long retired for 15 years, but I've seen my fair share of blood, guts, demonic possession, and things with more teeth than normal. So, I'm here to give you an idea of the shit I've encountered. Okay, let's start with the basics. My dad was a cryptid hunter, the top of his class, actually. He has probably seen way more than I have. He specialized in long-range type missions, many of which occurred in forested areas, but he also tackled some more close range, for lack of a better word, missions. He's killed things from ancient werewolves worshipped by Indians to the mighty Mothmen of Point Pleasant. He's tough, but the things he couldn't kill were known as specialized cases. These were monsters that had brains, or hadn't done anything wrong at that point, or monsters that the government just wanted them to be kept alive for one reason or another. One of these cases was a girl named Emily, but we'll get to her later. For now, let's talk about my stories of woe. My name is Tom. I'm 36. I was chosen for this job because of my connection with the military, combined with my dad's friends knowing me. I was in. But questionable hiring aside, my first case was simple. A chupacabra had been killing sheep and attacked a farmer. We were worried that it might develop a taste for human flesh. So they sent me to a ranch in the middle of nowhere, Mexico. Now chupacabra are a bitch to catch, but they're a walk in the park compared to some other cryptids. It required a weird cycle of putting out half-rotted sheep meat and waiting. I repeated this for days, but finally it came. I first saw it sniffing the fly-covered sheep meat, and I readied my sniper rifle. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, it saw me and leaped almost directly on top of me. It had at least jumped a good 20 feet forwards and 10 feet high. It clawed my arm up, but I grabbed my trench knife and sunk it into the beast's left shoulder. It recoiled and roared in agony. Less of a roar, more of a human scream mixed with a cougar. I drew a shotgun out from a backpack I carried and blew its head off. I got up, wrapped my bloody arm in bandages, and loaded the corpse into my car and drove away. When I got back, it was discovered that other hunters had caught another cryptid, a girl named Emily. Emily looked, for what I could tell, completely human, but she had something that was up with her. Despite looking 8 years old max, black long hair, brown eyes, she could solve math problems near instantly, like I'm talking 7-digit number, multiplication, in at most 2 seconds. She talked like she was in a professional meeting with the President of the U.S. She appeared to have no feelings besides hatred. I was tasked with guarding the interviewer in her cell. The conversation goes as followed. Interviewer: Good evening, Emily. Emily: Good evening, sir. Interviewer: Need anything before we continue? Emily: No, sir. I'm fine. Interviewer: What do you feel right now? What do you see? Emily looks around room. I see everything. I see the fear in your eyes. I see the clock ticking to 10:50 p.m. and I see the evil in him. Points at me. Interviewer: Okay, what do you feel? Emily: Must I really answer that when I've taken thousands of lives because of it? This girl had killed over 2,000 people before her capture, and I was in the same room with this monster. But she still looked completely human when I noticed her eyes. Her eyes weren't normal. They seemed to look normal 1 second, but then expanded into nothing but a black void the other second. Eyes of hatred, eyes of a desire to kill everyone and everything. Then she grew. She went from an 8-year-old to my age, 21, in an instant. My grip on my handgun tightened. Emily: Sir, please step out of the room. I don't want to hurt someone like you. Interviewer: Wait, don't leave. His plea was silenced when Emily lunged from her seat. She drew a small knife from one of her boots she was wearing and plunged it into the man's eye socket. He screamed, and I fired my gun. It hit her point blank in the side, but she shook it off. I bolted out of there, shutting the door and securing the 3 locks on the door, and alerted the guards. My boss came. He said that because of how dangerous Emily is, they can't risk any more people. So they left the man there and gave me my next mission. My next mission was to find a cryptid known only as Codename Pale. Codename Pale is a 10-foot pale being with no defining features on its face, save a big bloodshot eye in the center. Its agenda is mostly unknown, and what is known is classified information. But what differs it from other cryptids is that it has the uncanny ability to read the minds of its victims, understand the human mind, and even learn sign language, apparently when it escaped. So I get in my car, find the coordinates of where it was last spotted, this time being somewhere in Arizona, and haul ass to that spot. He was still there, sitting on a tree stump waiting. I snuck through the bushes, loaded my shotgun, and took aim. I know you want to kill me, Tom. I know you're there. Come out of your spot. The voice. Oh, God, the voice. It sounded like a man speaking through a microphone. It echoed when there was no possible way for it to echo. I spoke. Me. You know that I'm here to kill you? Tail. You pick up hints when you're sitting on a tree stump enjoying the Arizona night, then someone in a loud-ass truck hauling ass up the hill towards you gets out with a shotgun and hides in the bushes. He was joking around. He knew where on the map he was. He knew what cars and guns are. He could swear. This Pale was no ordinary cryptid. He knew his way. He understood the concept of human interaction. I questioned him. Me, how did you understand that you were going to die and joke about it all while staring death in the face? Pale, my friend, you're not death. Me, but you're going to die by my hand. Doesn't that make me death in this situation? Tail, neither of us are death. Death is its own thing. Think of death as a disease that slowly eats away at your life. You can either spread it or keep it for yourself. Either way, you and I are going to die. Those who are affected by death are not death itself. Me, but you're going to die. Death spreads death. The Grim Reaper spreads death, and therefore is death. If the act of spreading death makes you death, I am death. Tail, those who are affected by death are not death itself. Me, sorry, Pale. This talk was fun, but I gotta kill you. Tale, very well. This entity was quite the Aristotle. I took aim and shot him in the chest. Pale went down. I got him and drove him back to my headquarters, and was given my next mission the next week. The mission was to find a Bigfoot. Yes, Bigfoot, not the Bigfoot that killed at least 200 people in a forest in Canada. I flew there, and after a week found my perfect spot near a big-ass cave near where the sightings were most frequent. I waited days, surviving off of granola bars and water. But I saw him walk out of the cave on a Tuesday afternoon. I was munching on my 50th granola bar that day. He noticed me in the bushes. The last thing I saw before bolting for better cover was a good 500-pound boulder barreling towards me. I basically jumped from my spot into a thicket of trees and began running. You would believe that he was at least somewhat affected by the trees, and to that I envy you. As I was dodging trees and getting ripped up by thorn bushes, he was smashing through the trees, enduring crutch shots that would make even my dad weep in pain. I spun around quickly and fired a shot with my sniper rifle. It sliced through his left shoulder, drawing blood. But he slammed me into the side with his long monkey arms. I crashed through at least 20 feet worth of trees. I slammed into the ground with a sickening crunch as my ribs cracked. By the time I was up, he was running at me again. I knew that I can't outrun him. I drew my knife and rushed him, sinking it into his side. He roared in rage and agony. I put my sniper rifle to his head and fired. The beast fell. He was 8 feet tall, so when he fell, he rumbled the ground a bit. Like always, I packed him into the car and drove away. After I got him to my boss, I got a strange request from the guards that guard the cells that contain the specialized cases. It was a note from Emily. She said how she wanted me moved to that guard duty. Naturally, it was sent right to me before anything bad happened. I walked to Emily's cell. She greeted me with a hello, and I repeated the greeting. She asked so that I was in the room with her, heavily guarded, of course. She spoke. "Emily, you know how I said you're evil. Me, the only evil person evil here is you." Emily, cold, direct, and correct. I'm impressed. Me, why did you bring me here? Emily, quite simple. I brought you here so that I can show you my abilities other than shape-shifting. Me trying to break the tension. Is that a monster's way of flirting? Emily, negative. I'm here to say that I have more abilities. All of a sudden, one of the guards' heads explodes out of nowhere. Me, Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Emily, it was not of my doing. Look. I turned around and saw a horrifying sight. The guard had been shot. Soldiers were raiding the area. Me, what? He's dead. What do we do? The other guard dies. Emily, I suggest that we make a run for it, even though I can hold my own. I don't want a person like you to die. Me, okay, but stay the F close. I don't want you to go around killing people. So here I was, sneaking my way through a monster prison with a girl that killed almost 2,000 people right behind me, all while military personnel are raiding the building. This couldn't get any worse, can't? Well, as it goes, it did. We were in the second wing of the building, only one wing away from the exit, when a Mothman jumped me. It bit down hard on my shoulder, causing me to shriek in pain. I drew my knife and shoved the blade into its torso. It screamed and got off me before crashing through a glass cell holding a goatman, which proceeded to charge out of instinct straight into Emily's path. Before I could speak, the goatman, or what was left of him, was splatted against the wall. Emily stood there, holding a nearby pair of scissors. It took me a while to realize that what was splatted against the wall was its brain. Emily had gutted the poor bastard like a fish and had enough time to perform extreme brain surgery. I got up. "Nice job," I said. After that, we booked it to the exit. Now came the hard part, what to do with Emily. She didn't seem like the cold monster she was in the facility. She was glad, happy even, to be in the outside world, yet 5 seconds ago, she gutted a goatman faster than a ninja and an anime can slice something mid-briar. When I questioned her about it later, she said that she was the last surviving subject of a failed attempt to make a super soldier. Think, a soldier with the highest rank in military, experience with guns, knows almost every form of martial arts, and with the speed and agility of a method-up chipmunk. Now, multiply that by 100, give them shape, shifting abilities, and ye get close to Emily's capabilities. Turns out she means well, has an IQ of almost 200, and can tell if someone asking her questions is a spy. She had been hunted down by the military since she escaped the facility at 8 years old. And the high-ass kill count, all military personnel. The monster hunters had to capture her so that the public won't find out about her backstory. Pretty cool. Also, she was cool with the facility keeping her, although she said it could get a bit stuffy, all in that cold matter, all fact tone. Cut to 2 months later. Me, Emily, and my best friend turned monster hunter Josh were in the Alaskan wilderness, tracking down a Yeti. And before you ask, yes, there is a difference between a Bigfoot and a Yeti. For starters, a Yeti is much taller. Like Bigfoot can only be 8 feet tall. However, there are reports of Yetis becoming a staggering 26 feet in height. So needless to say, we asked for some heavy-duty tools. The next difference is their behavior. While Bigfoot only attack when provoked or their territory is invaded, Yetis could wipe out entire villages without even waking up on the wrong side of the rock bed. So we were tracking this thing down in the snow. I was scouting out the area when Josh asked, "Josh, so Tom, how's Emily?" "Nee, just as murderous as always." "Josh being the shit-talking douche he is. I've been seeing you two exchange glances." "Nee, remember, Josh, you're not the one here with a high-powered sniper rifle." "Josh, oh, come on, man. It was just a prank." "Nee also knowing how Josh loves pranks that cause a lot of damage. You said that when you egged my car." "Josh, I'll fucking do it again." Our banter was cut short by a roar so loud it seemed to rumble the ground beneath our feet, followed by a tree hurling towards us like a wooden torpedo. I heard Emily scream, "Get down," as it crashed into the ground, nearly connecting with my head. Then silence. I sat up and looked through the scope of my rifle. I saw the Yeti crashing through the trees, making a beeline for us. I fired a shot which whistled through the air and hit the beast in the kneecap. It roared in pain, but kept its pace. We slid down into a frozen creek and kept low. Josh was breathing heavily, but kept his cool somehow. I was keeping a straight face, something I'm really good at. Hell, the other hunters gave me the nickname Poker Face for that reason. Emily was sane, but less relaxed than me. She was gripping her shotgun tightly. I held my breath. The monster was right where we wanted it. I hesitated. The Yeti was sniffing around, getting increasingly closer to our position. It grabbed Josh, swung him into a tree. The crack of Josh hitting the tree is in my mind forever. Emily shot him in the chest, ran up to the rock, jumped from it, and nailed the 19-foot behemoth in the head with a well-placed tornado kick. but it slammed her into the ground. I fired again. It sliced through the side of his neck. He saw where the bullet came from and nearly pulverized me with his hand. I rolled out of the way just in time, but he backhanded me into a tree. The sickening feeling of my ribs cracking almost made me throw up. The Yeti walked up, picked me up by my head, and sat. The beast could crack my skull like an overripe blueberry. I stopped moving, body frozen in fear. When Josh fished out the Molotov cocktails in his pack and tossed one onto the Yeti, it went up in flames, screaming. It dropped me into the creek, breaking the ice, causing my poor back to come into contact with freezing water in the rocky bottom of the creek at the same time. The monster crashed to the ground, a burning turd of what was once a Yeti. Still wallowing in pain, I opened my eyes to see Emily. She was staring at me, pale. "Are you okay, Tom?" she said. I nearly jumped if it wasn't from the pain. She had asked a question with genuine concern for my safety. This is not the Emily I once knew. I just sat there looking. "What? Are you in too much pain to speak?" she said. I snapped back to reality and said no. "I'm just surprised you just asked me that." But deep down, her question confused me, not for the actual question itself, but how she said it. After informing my boss about the situation, he said that I should get well soon, a pretty mundane type of response. But knowing my boss and his love for underlying meanings, I pressured him about it. He said this: "Boss, there is another cryptid in Alaska." Me: "Is it another Yeti?" Boss: "No, it's something way worse." Me: "Okay, like how worse?" Boss: "It's a Wendigo." A Wendigo in Alaska. The perfect bitch slap of fate to ruin my day. If you didn't know, Wendigos are some of the most deadly cryptids out there. They're fast, mean, and don't go down without a fight. How do I know this? My dad was tasked with killing a baby version of these bastards, only about 6 feet tall, 3 times smaller than an adult, and it almost killed him. He was able to give it a lethal dose of cyanide via the Wendigo killers. Wendigos eat almost anything, so it would eat a bottle filled with weird liquid by shoving it in its mouth and pumping 3 slugs into the beast's brain. And that was only the baby. Okay, so it turns out that there wasn't just us hunting this thing down. 3 other people were sent to go with us to hunt this thing. We were in a military car driving through the forest of Alaska on the outskirts of a small village. I was riding shotgun, a hunter named Mike was driving. Emily and Josh were in the second row of seats, and 2 other hunters, 2 males, Jaden and Bob, were riding in 3rd row. Mike: "You know what a Wendigo looks like?" Me: "Well, I've seen them in the manual." Mike: "Don't worry, you'll know deer. Like head, very thin, roughly 6 meters, very scruffy fur that hangs from its body." Emily: "Sounds a lot like a skinwalker." Mike: "Yeah, they're pretty similar, but a skinwalker is a calm, calculating hunter with an attitude as well as shape. Shifting abilities that evolve from corrupted shamans. A Wendigo is a cannibalistic, savage beast with an attitude that evolves from some twat-eating human flesh." It was about 10 o'clock at night. We were driving at a normal pace when Mike stopped. "Hey, why did the car stop?" said Josh. Mike slowly pointed in front of him. We all looked and froze with him. There seemed to be what looked like a mangled deer carcass sitting straight up. One issue, however, it was too big to be a deer. Slowly, it rose up from its crouching position. Its arms hung low to its knees. Its fur was snarled and scruffy. Its horns were caked with blood, along with the beast's snout, hands, and at its feet. We had just interrupted a Wendigo midway through his snack. The person was still moaning and occasionally convulsing on the ground. The Wendigo's eyes adjusted to the light, and a wide, toothy smile slowly came upon its face. It licked its lips. It got ready to pounce. Just as the Wendigo was about to jump onto the car, Mike gunned it, slamming straight into the beast's body. The Wendigo rolled over the car, its bones creating a stomach, turning squeaking noise as it did. We left it in the dust, supposedly. 5 seconds later, it was bounding towards the car, roaring. I stuck my head out of the window and fired my assault rifle. Several rounds tore through the beast's skin, but it just screeched and continued bounding after us. Josh dropped one of his cocktails, lighting up the ground behind us. The Wendigo leaped over the 12-foot-high flames and was able to slash the back tire of our car. Me, okay, this isn't part of the plan, right? Mike, no, it is not. Jaden, I got a double-action shotgun. It could do some damage. Mike, right. What do we need you to do to be able to hit it? Jaden, I gotta get close. Emily, I can help with that. Mike, what can she do that we can't? Me, you'll be surprised, Mike. Mike, okay, fine. Just get this thing off my tail. Jaden leaned out of the car. I readied my assault rifle for another barrage of bullets to be sent the Wendigo's way. Emily drew a barbed wired whip. I watched with wide eyes as Emily snagged the Wendigo's right leg. It fell and got dragged. Still roaring and slashing, the Wendigo batted Emily off. Emily got tangled in the barb and almost fell on top of the monster. I grabbed a part of the whip. My hand got snagged on the barb. I bared through the pain and pulled Emily and the Wendigo closer to the truck. Jaden took aim. But out of nowhere, the Wendigo slashed another tire. The truck spun out and crashed. I remember waking up. I crawled out of the mangle of metal that was once a truck. I dragged Josh, Mike, Jaden, and Bob out, one missing Emily. I got to her. Her torso was cut up by the barbs. Her breathing was labored and she was bleeding. I got her out, when all of a sudden the Wendigo jumped out. Jaden pumped a slug into its left eye socket, destroying most of its head. It roared in pain, but batted Jaden away. Mike shot it in the stomach with his revolver. It once again batted him away. Bob shot it with his crossbow, but he got slashed away. While we were in bad shape, the Wendigo was dying. Its breathing was fast and shallow. Its body was riddled with burns, gunshot wounds, and arrows. Finally it dropped, its breathing becoming even more fast and labored. Josh grabbed one of his Molotov cocktails and shoved it into his mouth. The beast gulped and exploded. Its chest burst from the pressure and flames. It screamed, but its screams were different, sounding more human than normal. After watching the light show that was that, I went to care for Emily. I gently unwrapped the barb, bandaged her up, and made sure she drank some water. The Wendigo was still breathing, but it was fading. We all gathered round and watched this monster. To think that this was once a human was chilling, a person resorting to the most extreme and desperate measures in order to survive. Mike handed me his revolver. I nodded. I knew what to do. I limped up to the heaving beast, just barely clinging on to life, and put a bullet in its head. But as its eyes slowly closed shut, I saw its eyes shift from rage to confusion, to realization, to panic, to denial. Every single human emotion in its most raw and desperate form flashed through its eyes. Something I've always ignored because I was too busy thinking about the rush killing these things gave me. And finally its eyes turned into acceptance, then blank. In the final moments of its life, the Wendigo had found out that it was going to die, felt every emotion from anger to guilt about all the people it killed, and died accepting that it was going to die a monster in the eyes of everyone it ever knew and loved. And to be that desperate to accept and come to a conclusion like that, I couldn't handle it. I burst into tears, sobbing, screaming. I dropped to my knees. This monster found peace at the final moments of its life, and knew full well that it was the last time it would ever feel those feelings. I started crying even harder. Everyone else wasn't doing very well either. They had all picked up on the signals about the poor Wendigo. Jaden was in shock. Bob was in a similar state. Josh was crying with me. But the worst was Mike's and Emily's expressions. Mike, a 65-year-old battle-hardened hunter, had tears running down his face. But Emily, same age as me, she was the worst to look at. While everyone else wasn't trying to hide their emotions, Emily was trying her absolute hardest. She was nearly choking from her attempts to hold in her sadness, but it broke into these guttural, painful sobs. Emily, the coldest person I know, was crying along with everyone else. But something inside her changed that night, as if she knew all the pain she caused. She walked up and hugged me tightly. "Everything will be all right," she said, and she kissed my forehead. By the time I had really come to realize what happened, I was still sobbing, but I got up, walked Emily with everyone else to the mangled thing that was supposed to be a car, and questioned her about it on our way back. "Nee, why did you kiss me?" Emily, well, my entire life was filled with hatred. I hated everyone and everything, but when you got me out of the facility instead of leaving me alone, something clicked. I knew what it was like to love. Jaden, Mike, and Bob, all. Josh, amidst the awing, called it. Cut forward to now, Emily and I are happily married. Josh is a chemist. Mike is a happy, healthy, 80-year-old coot, and lives in a nursing home me and Emily occasionally visit. Jaden is my age and is an engineer. Bob is about 11 years older than me, and he's in it. Emily is a therapist for a big company, and I'm a zoologist studying species of animals. Things are going great. I hope you enjoyed my story, but I gotta go. I gotta feed my cat. Part 2. Hello, I'm Josh. You probably know me from the story my friend Tom posted. And yes, I'm a chemist and part-time cryptid hunter, mixing salt and water by day, hunting monsters by night. It pays quite well, and getting outside is a good change to my usually indoors type job. But let's get to how I found the profession. I grew up in New Jersey. I loved nature at that age. I remember walking around the Pine Barrens with Tom. We were about 16 years old, so we were borderline brain dead when it came to safety. But we were walking around when Tom froze. "Tom, what the hell is that?" "Me, Jersey Devil." The monster looked 10 feet tall, probably 70 pounds, goat head with almost adorable-looking wings. It saw us and screeched and charged. Tom and I ran like hell straight to Tom's dad's house, the Jersey Devil chasing us all the way there. When we got there, Tom banged on the door. It was locked. I couldn't get it open. I searched the ground for a weapon. I found a good-sized stick and held my ground. The devil stopped and cocked its head sideways and gave me a confused look. It probably had never seen a human stand up to it when a shotgun blast took off most of its head. Tom's dad walked up to the corpse, gave it a little kick, and spoke. Tom's dad, "I've never seen a devil die so quickly. It must be unhealthy." Me, Excuse me, what the heck? Tom's dead. Did Tom ever tell you I was a cryptid hunter? Cut to 4 years later, I was wandering through that same patch of barrens where that event took place with a pretty high hunting rifle. I was quietly thinking about whether I should have a pack of instant noodles or order pizza when the devil struck. It jumped onto me, slashing the hell out of my torso. I kicked it off and fired a shot into its chest. It screeched again and slashed 3 deep scars into my face. I nailed it with the butt of my rifle and bashed the butt again into its stomach. I fired into its head, killing it. I think we've been here before, haven't we? I said, laughing. I loaded the corpse into my truck and drove away. That was my 20th mission. Now, cut to about a month after the Wendigo incident, I was 21 in a restaurant, munching on some hot wings, when Tom, his new girlfriend Emily, Jaden, and Bob walked through the doors. Me, sup, Tom. Tom, hey, what's up, Josh? Emily, Bob, and Jaden watched as me and Tom did our handshake, which was made to be obnoxiously long, and ended it with a high five. We were enjoying a happy time for a bit when Bob spoke. Bob, I have news for you guys. Me, what? Bob, Skinwalker is news, right? Tom, oh boy. Jaden, the jokester he is. What about the Skinwalker? Is his name Gerald, and he makes little hats for people in need? Emily, his name is Paul, actually. An agent named Paul had accidentally dabbled in dark magic and became a skinwalker, who was now prowling through the Florida Everglades. I was surprised that a cryptid hunter would be that big of an idiot to do that. I nearly choked on the hot wing I was eating. A skinwalker in Florida. The only way it could be more out of its roaming distance than in Florida is if it was in Antarctica or at the bottom of the ocean. I finished my wings and sipped the half-empty soda I had and spoke. Me, that's crazy. Tom, all that build-up for that's crazy. Me, I disappoint people when surprised. We talked for a bit, and I eventually dipped out of the door. I was wandering through the streets towards my apartment when I heard a rustling and a tapping and a weak hissing sound. I spun around to see a pale white entity slip into a dark alleyway. I skulked to the alley when I heard a voice. Good day to you, Josh. Me, show yourself. I saw a 10-foot, mostly white figure slip out from behind a dumpster. It had no facial features minus a piercing, bloodshot eye. Codename, Pale. In spite of having no mouth, its breath made a weak hissing noise. Pale's chest was ripped with infected holes and scars. Pale's chest was wrapped up crudely in bandages which fluttered from the gusts of air coming out of some of the holes. Pale. My chest was ripped with shotgun shells. I was able to breach containment from the morgue and killed all I saw. Me, didn't Tom kill you? Pale. The important words he tried to kill me. Pale's chest convulsed viciously as he coughed. It was pretty obvious that Pale was holding on to life with sheer luck. I grabbed a steel bar and made sure that it was visible. Pale stared at the bar. Pale's eye suddenly fixed its gaze at me and turned more blood red than normal. You will put the bar down. He spoke at me through telekinesis. I tried to contact him that way. I will not. Pale froze. His eye turned less bloodshot. I brought the bar down onto his head. Pale dodged and jumped straight up onto a building and ran away. The day after, I was assigned another mission, the Skinwalker, and my reinforcements, the whole gang, minus Mike. He was busy. I was driving the Jeep, taking in the swampiness of the Everglades. It was 8 o'clock at night. We were joking around about something regarding Tom and Emily. Tom was dishing out some 6 out of 10 insults, while Emily was dropping straight bombs onto the group, even roasting Tom, when I saw a slim, tall figure with a wooden mask as well as large wood-like stalks for limbs. A skinwalker. It stood there, staring. I knew that skinwalker possessed anyone who locks eyes with it, so I told everyone to close their eyes. When the skinwalker jumped on the car, it was seldom making a single noise as it tore into the top of the car. I told everyone to get out. I grabbed my shotgun and fired a shot. It leaped off the car, splashing into the water. Emily fired a handgun. The bullet zipped into the water. The skinwalker morphed into a fish and dove into the water. Bob and Jaden jumped into the water. Snorkels on. We knew that a battle in the Everglades meant getting wet. The river was pretty wide, so the 2 bastards had to separate. The skinwalker rose out of the water and grabbed Bob. Bob plunged a dagger into the walker. Bob was thrown into a bush. Jaden got out and shot his rifle, ripping up the skinwalker. Tom fired his M16. The bullets tore up the skinwalker. The skinwalker finally let out a roar. It clambered out of the water, chasing Jaden, when a white figure 10 feet tall jumped onto the 6-meter monster. It was Pale. Pale ripped at the skinwalker's back, screeching with rage. The skinwalker stared at Pale. Pale stared back. The skinwalker screamed and shook its head. It reached around and threw Pale. Cue another barrage of bullets. The skinwalker kept fighting, though. Pale stumbled up and jumped on the skinwalker once more. It slammed Pale hard into the boulder. The boulder shattered, but Pale was still able to shake it off and keep fighting. We kept our barrage of bullets going, but it did jack shit when I heard Pale speak to me. Pale, Josh, get your Molotov cocktails. The fire will kill the skinwalker. Me, but it'll kill you. Pale, like hell I'll care. Pale was ready to die. I quickly fished out a cocktail and prepared it. Pale got the skinwalker in a full Nelson. I tossed it onto the walker. The skinwalker roared and screeched. It tried to get to the water, but Pale held firm. He looked at me with a little joy in its eyes. I was almost sad for him when he spoke. Pale, later Josh, although I only knew you for a bit, but you were easily the nicest person I ever met. Skinwalker, let G go off me. Pale, sorry, Paul. You and I need to sit a little bit longer. The skinwalker went limp, and eventually Pale went limp as well. I was still a little sad that Pale was dead, but I still had plenty of things to worry about. I got everyone to the car and we drove away. Cut to now. I am now a Redditor. Me and Tom are 36. I have a lovely German shepherd named Dakota, and am living the good life while hunting cryptids. Part 3. Hey, I'm Emily. I'm 5'11", weigh 130 pounds, and have blue eyes. My husband, Tom, is 6'3", 200 pounds, and with light brown eyes. We hunt monsters. I'm a failed attempt to make a super soldier. I was forced to undergo things no kid should experience. But unlike my fellow test subjects, I had feelings. I hated my captors. I dreamed of slitting their throats in front of their families. I dreamed I would kill all of them. I dreamed I would escape. There was a light in the darkness, though. Pale, he was only 6 feet in height when I met him. He helped me learn to read, write, and taught me martial arts. He taught me to wield anything as a weapon, taught me how to nimbly dodge attacks and how to kill. During one killing training session, he demonstrated how to slit the throat of a person on himself. He let me slice in the wound. I recall every time the training would end, he would have cuts, bruises, and deep gashes, as well as broken limbs. But he recovered from it all. You guys may be wondering how I escaped. Well, it's a lot less exciting than you think. Pale used his long arms to lift me up into a vent. I crawled through the vent. I heard Pale's footsteps as he murdered each guard. I encountered one guard, though. He tried to bash me with the butt of his gun, but I caught it and crushed it like it was paper. He tried to run, but I jumped on his back and snapped his neck. After that, Pale and I met up and killed everyone else in the facility. So cut to now, I'm a 32-year-old hunter stalking a Mothman with Josh in Point Pleasant. We were sulking through the woods by a river that smelled as if someone mixed puke and their own shit together with a healthy dose of Axe body spray. I was gripping my revolver and tactical knife like they were the last two things I owned, as this was gonna be a hard encounter. Luckily, Josh was by my side, holding his signature Molotov cocktail scarily close to a lighter. I've never felt this stressed out since the Wendigo incident, or when Tom showed me I'm on the FBI's top 5 most wanted list. But we got what we were looking for, in the form of a Mothman barreling towards my face. I was knocked down. It hopped onto me and started tearing into my sides with its razor blade-like talons. I saw Josh draw his gun as the Mothman flapped his wing, knocking said gun out of Josh's hand. Josh, shit, Emma, punch it. Me, don't do that. Josh, Emma, do it. Josh tried to punch it, but he ended up breaking his hand. Josh whimpering, Mr. Mothy G got a H-hard head. Me, the thing's still on me. I stabbed my knife into the gut of the Mothman. It shrieked and jumped away. Josh grabbed his gun with his non-broken hand and shot the Mothman to near shreds, but it was still alive. It flew towards us, only to be tackled by a weird white figure. It tore the Mothman to shreds. The figure stood tall, thin, pale. It was none other than codename Pale. Okay, that was quick. Pale grunted. He was examining the cryptid's head. Josh, Pale. Pale, yes, I'm Pale. Josh, I thought I killed you. Pale thought. Josh, I didn't need that sass. Pale, I've almost died twice in a row. You'll be passive-aggressive as hell by the first time. Me, you and Pale know each other? Josh, so-and-so. I winced as I felt my torso. Josh was still trying to see if he could find a way to give his mangled hand a tad bit of support by trying and failing at wrapping his hand with bandages and sticks. Pale! Oh, Josh, need help with that? Pale walked over to help Josh. I saw his feet. They had leather slippers on them. Pale was living on his own. I was too busy looking at his shoes to realize he was looking at me. Pale, like my shoes. Me? Ah, sure. It's nice that you at least wear shoes. Pale finished wrapping up Josh's hand and stood up. His eye widened. I looked around. He stared at a figure walking on the bridge by said river. Pale, we need to move. Me? Why? Pale, I'll explain later. Where's your car? Me? Why? Pale, stop saying why and let's get moving. Pale lifted me up and we booked it to the car. Me, are you joking? You don't seem like a joking type. Pale, I don't seem like a lot of things because I'm a 10-foot pale being with leather slippers on. But no, I'm not joking. Tail picked me and Josh up and held us on his shoulders and started running even faster. He bounded over a stray cat, which promptly hissed at him. He kept running. He must have been moving at 40 miles an hour. He got to Josh's car, popped him in the back seat and I in the driver's side, and bashed his head getting into the passenger side. Tail, drive. Me, where? Tail, yes. I floored it and tore out of there to the nearest cryptid hunting facility. Josh, I just put new wheels on it. Tail, wheels are the least of your problems. Josh, you're talking to a monster hunter. Tail, you're talking to a failed super. Saw later attempt to talk the driver of this car to snap the neck of a person twice her size. I always knew Pale was a failed attempt of some sort, but I didn't know he was a super soldier. I hit a bump and Pale's head bashed against the top of the car. As we pulled in, Tom was waiting there in full gear. When he saw me, he ran toward me and gave me a big, nearly rib-crushing hug. Tom, oh, thank God you're alive. Lee, what happened? Turns out there was a never-before-seen cryptid real close to the area me and Josh were hunting in. It had killed an entire gang of monster hunters. The one survivor was threatened with his life, bad ethics, to spill the beans. It was black in color, 12 feet tall, faster than anything they've ever seen. Pale, stepping out of the car at a stretch and look at all the guns pointed at him. Sup? Tom, Pale? Pale. Hi, Tom, that shotgun sure looks familiar. Tom, so you drove in a car with that thing? Me, Tom, am I asleep? Me, nope. We were all sat in a room, Pale, me, and Josh, in that order. They asked us what we saw. I told him I saw nothing. Josh said the same. But he was examining the cast on his hand, so he didn't really pay much attention. When they got to Pale, he said, Pale, I didn't see it correctly, but I think I know who it is. Interviewer, excuse me, who? Pale, he was my old cellmate. I lost touch when I got Emily out of the facility. Interviewer, oh, so she is the person we're looking for. Tail shot up, grabbing the interviewer by the neck and held him up. Tail, ha, if you please, we're... Interviewer, oh, yeah, I work for the FBI. Tail tightened his grip of the interviewer's neck. His eye turned a deep blood red. Tail, what was that? I didn't hear you over the gurgling. Interviewer, please, stop. I got a wife and kids. Tail, yeah, not gonna cut it. I've heard that way too many times. Interviewer, help someone. The guards pointed their guns at Pale. Pale responded with an annoyed look. Tail, I can crush with a force of 16,000 psi. I've never needed to crush someone with my bare hands, but I'll try it. Interviewer, fine, I won't tell. Just let me go. Tail dropped the interviewer onto his chair and sat down. Interviewer guy took some time before he could talk again. Tail, yes, good old code name, Dark. He taught me everything I taught Emily. He was a dick, though. He stood 2 feet taller than I did, so 8 feet at the time. That was 28 years ago. All I remember is that he had one hell of an attitude. Josh, oh, so there's more of you. Pale, I wouldn't call him another of me per se. I'm more of a copy of him. Tail then explained how Dark and him could be a tag team. Pale mentally destroys the target by making them think they hear voices, and Dark destroys them physically. So that puts me in a weird place. I was confused. Interviewer: okay, we will put you in a cell. Pale: cool, but remember, if you try to get her. The boss told me to take it easy for a while. Well, you know, scars. I was sitting in a chair wearing my pajamas, watching the news. Breaking news: nearly 40 dead found scattered throughout the Point Pleasant area. Autopsies show deep gash wounds on the corpse's neck and chest, while authorities are searching for any signs of a weapon or item that could cause such damage. People are blaming it on the legendary Mothman. Funny, 'cause they don't even know what it is, Tom said, slouching into his chair, a soda in hand. We had just moved into a home in the most western part of New Jersey. I was looking at a raggedy teddy bear on a nearby shelf. This teddy bear is the only remainder of my days at the super soldier testing grounds. Pale stitched it together. He was good at knitting. I love that bear. I keep it as a good luck charm during missions. I slept with it on the cold nights when I alone in the wilderness. It was ripped up, but I loved it no less. I walked over to the bear and picked it up. I just held the bear. Then something clicked in my head. It had a white button and a black button for eyes. And in the center of its chest, a red heart. Pale is white, Dark is black in color. It means you're a mix of us both, Emily. I spun around. Tom was out of his seat, nearly reaching for his revolver, when a dark hooded figure emerged from the shadows. It grew and grew and grew. Again. Eventually, he was 12 feet in height. He grew thinner and tore off his hood and jeans, revealing a dark figure that looked like Pale but black and with a harsh yellow eye. Code name, Dark. Tom grabbed the revolver. He fired 4 shots. Dark dodged them all and leaped onto the ceiling. He started rapidly climbing towards Tom. I shouted, "Hey!" Dark bent his back backwards and started crawling towards me. Tom took the chance and shot Dark where his crotch should be. He bent back to a normal stance, still on the ceiling. He basically reached across the room and almost grabbed Tom. He dashed away. I grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed Dark. He threw a chair at me. I slid under the chair. I stabbed him in the shoulder, twisting the knife almost all the way around. It jumped down and tried to punch me. I balked and took his feet from under him with a sweep kick. I rose my leg up for an axe kick, but he spied her, crawled away. He jumped on Tom, who punched him repeatedly in the eye. Dark was about to slash Tom's throat, but Tom grabbed the most unassuming weapon, a can of bug spray, and unloaded half the can into Dark's eye. Dark shrieked loudly. Tom thrust, kicked him away, and went for his revolver. Dark was still shrieking when he saw the half-empty can of spray and a lighter. He turned the lighter on and held the can behind him. "Dark, I'll burn this place to the ground. If they aren't 12-foot-high flames, it ain't cool." "Tom, Pale, how are you here?" "Pale, I'm everywhere." "Tom, like Dia." "Pale, no, do not remind me of that." Dark cracked his knuckles. He was bigger and more muscular than Pale, but Pale had one thing: he could break Dark, mentally, that is. "Pale, I'm about to make the idiom brains over brawn a real thing." "Dark, screw off, you shit stain." "Pale, bro, you're black in color, like pitch black. You're a tar stain." Dark charged. Pale leaped out of the way. Dark performed a one-armed cartwheel to correct himself. Pale took this opportunity to club Dark in the head. Dark retaliated with a powerful uppercut to Pale. They started wailing on each other. Every time Dark got the upper hand, Pale would find a way to outsmart him. After a while, Dark grabbed Pale by the waist and smashed both of them through a window. Dark was on top of Pale, beating his face in. Pale punched Dark in the stomach. I needed to do something. I sprinted outside and jumped in the air. I nailed Dark in the face. He grabbed my leg and threw me into a wall. I crashed into the wall. Tom got to me just as my lights went out, then black. I woke up. My eyes took a while to adjust to the outside. Tom was shaking me, telling me to wake up. I jumped awake. I looked around the area. Pale was gone, and so was Dark. Cut to a few weeks later, Tom had boarded up the window, and I had mostly recovered from the fight with Dark. Me, Tom, Josh, and a new hunter, Jerry, were in the Great Lakes area, looking for a werewolf. Now werewolves aren't like their movie counterparts. They regain all of the abilities of their human form, just as a wolf. They were also at least 7 feet tall, regardless of the age of the person. We were in a forest, waiting to be met up with another group of hunters. I was ahead of everyone when I heard a noise on my walkie-talkie used to communicate with the other hunters. Voice, help us. Me, who is this? Voice, this is disconnect. The walkie went silent. I froze and turned to Tom. Me, you know the other group? Tom, yes. Me, I think they're all dead now. Tom and the rest froze. We were in the most secluded part of the forest. Like I'm talking little to no light pollution, dark. The only thing illuminating our way was our flashlights. Then we heard a low, menacing growl. I drew my barb, whip, and pistol. Tom prepared his shotgun and trench knife. Josh drew his Molotovs and a lighter, and Jerry loaded his rifle. We were all back to back. The Avengers style. The werewolf jumped out of a bush and almost got Tom. Tom, being the semi-clumsy person that he is, stumbled out of the way. The wolf landed in our circle, but I snagged it with my whip. It grabbed the whip, completely ignoring the barbs, and was about to pull me towards it, but I shape-shifted. See, when you shift, you gain all of the physical attributes of the thing you shift into. So I morphed into a 7-foot Yeti and smashed the wolf into a bunch of trees. One downside to shape-shifting is if you morph into something too big, your clothes rip, so I learned to wear semi-loose-fitting clothes. I morphed back to normal and told Jerry to shoot. He fired 2 shots into the wolf, but it barely noticed them. I fired my pistol, but the bullets didn't hurt it. Josh, that werewolf does not want to die. He threw one of his Molotovs and it lit the werewolf on fire, but the werewolf couldn't care less. Tom, well done, jackass. I tried another creature to morph into, a Mothman. I did so and held the barb with my talons after removing my shoes. I whipped it around the werewolf's neck and pulled up. I flapped my wings, lifting the burning, choking, struggling werewolf off the ground. I heard in the manual that if a werewolf is unable to breathe for a long enough period of time, it will turn human. Its screams started turning more human. I saw a nearby pond and dipped the guy into there to put out the flames. I undid the barb and morphed back into a human. The man choked and coughed and had burns, but he was alive. As he was being loaded into an ambulance, I hobbled over to Tom, morphed back to normal, and asked him a question. Me, so when's the court date? Tom, none. Turns out this guy is registered as offender, has multiple duties, has been in jail for almost every charge you can get, and on top of that, burned down a nursing home. We actually got paid to bring this guy to justice. Josh, yeah, finally my student loan debt can be paid. Jerry, doubled up the others? We all froze. What about the other hunters? Did they die, or did they meet a fate worse than death? I watched as the guy was taken away. Tom shifted his weight from one side to the other. Josh checked his hand brace. Jerry stood there, wide-eyed. Jerry, see, can we speak in private, Mrs. Emily? Emily, okay? He and I walked down to the lake area where I gave the wolf an extreme version of the ice bucket challenge. I wandered down to the shore of the lake when I heard a noise I'm all too familiar with. A knife being unsheathed. I spun around to see Jerry lunging at me. I grabbed his arm, but he got me into some kind of hold. We went to the ground. I tried wresting the knife from him, but to no avail. I stared directly into his eyes, realizing that this might be the day I die, when his eyes changed. They changed to more sorrowful, saddened, pained eyes. He started crying. I grabbed his knife and chucked it as far into the lake as I could, albeit I probably threw it across the lake, but I wasn't about to check. I helped Jerry up and walked him to our shared car. After we flew home, got everything sorted out, and made sure that we weren't being followed, me and Tom were relaxing in our bed. Tom Smudge, our lovely white cat, hates veggies, though, on his hip as he was laying sideways on his side. I was quietly reading a book. Our window was open, but the night air was welcoming. That is, until I heard a noise. Samuel, oh, screw it. Wake up. I was on alert at this point. I quietly walked downstairs into the kitchen, grabbing the same kitchen knife I used on Dark. I got to the back door. I slid the door and screen door open and snuck outside. Theo was sitting on a hammock outside. He was swinging it as far as it will go without flipping over. He eventually swung too hard and fell flat on his face. He rose up, his pale white body being illuminated by the moonlight. He had an agitated look on his face, or his eye. Pale. Sorry for the rude awakening. It's in fact quite urgent. Knee. Oh, it's 12 o'clock at night. Pale. Yeah. Turns out trains won't let a pale, mostly naked minus a loincloth and a pair of slippers on a train. But I was sneaking through the monster facility thing, and I stumbled across some info about the Super Soldier Project. He handed me a document. Project, Right Terrors. We have been testing new genetic material that could possibly create a new super soldier. It will be tested on 2 subjects. Code name, Pale. Code name. Pale is a 6-foot, 150-pound male at the age of 17. He has been given the serum in controlled doses. Mostly, the serum has been sent directly to his brain. In order to increase his redacted capability, he has gained 1 foot from 5 foot to 6. No weight and little to no increase or decrease in metabolism. However, he does display incredible redacted strength, able to speak with redacted. Well, and has lost all facial features minus a big singular eye. He has learned sign language and is able to break out of his cell on the regular. Codename, Dark. Codename, Dark is an 8-foot, 230-pound male at the age of 19. He has been given the serum in controlled doses straight into his muscles in order to increase his redacted capabilities. He has undergone similar effects to Codename. Pale, but his skin has turned a dark black color instead of pale. He is displayed super, redacted, and displays every physical capability 2 times better than Pale. He displays more hostility than his Pale counterpart, but he is able to speak even without a mouth. Subject 50, 1,380, 1,225. Subject 50, 1,380, 1,225 is a 6-year-old 4'1", 70-pound female of Japanese heritage. She has been given the serum in controlled doses straight to her muscles and brain. She has displayed incredible redacted strength as well as acted. She is able to multiply 7-digit numbers in the span of 0.2 seconds. She has outsmarted the guards many times, killed 7, and can hold her own against the 2 other subjects. She fights codename Pale most often, which contradicts Pale's quiet nature. Interestingly, she has no altered physical state. She is as normal as ever. Signed, Data expunged. Everything clicked. I was a mix of the 2. That explains Jerry's reaction to my gaze. I was also super strong for that reason. I gave the paper back to Pale. Me, thanks. That explains a lot. Pale, even though so much info is redacted, I have a good idea of who it is. Me, W, who? Pale's feet shuffled. He seemed nervous about saying. Dark. Oh, you don't need to know. I was him the entire time. Pale and I looked up. Dark was perched on the roof, his body blocking the moonlight. Pale. B. But that's impossible. You were in a max security prison. Dark. I didn't need to. If you guys didn't know, Project, Night Terrors is not only not abandoned, but ongoing. There were more kids going through what I went through. I morphed into a grizzly bear and leaped up onto the roof. I rushed Dark. He prepared to slash. I ducked and batted him in the face. He grabbed my arms. We went down, pummeling each other all the way to the ground. He threw me off him. I landed on my feet and rose up. Bears fight each other like wild boxers. I threw a jab at him. He blocked the attack. I nailed his side with my claws. I slashed all the way down his side. Dark punched my face and I fell over. Pale rushed Dark, smashing him in the face. Dark grabbed Pale's arm and tore it off. He then dug his claw into his side and slashed all the way down Pale's side. Pale shrieked, but he pulled through the pain. He took his claws and mashed them into Dark's eye. Dark blood gushed out and onto Pale's hand. Dark screamed like there was no tomorrow. Pale, Dark, you better bring a water bottle, 'cause Emma sends you to hell. Pale grabbed the head of Dark. His hand throbbed as a burst of power surged through them, causing his hands to tighten into one powerful crushing move. Dark's head crushed like an overripe tomato. Pale tossed Dark's mangled skull onto the ground. He wiped his hand off. I wandered up to Dark. I gave his imploded head a little kick. The mangled head tilted lifelessly. I turned around to face Pale. Me, what do we do now? Pale gave me a sad look. He waved at me. He wandered into the forest. He disappeared into the darkness, his pale body merging with the blackness. I wandered into the house and sat down onto the bed. Tom and Smudge were fast asleep. This was roughly 4 years ago. Me and Tom are still together. I'm happy with my life. Although it has been hard, I made it. This is Emily. Out. The scariest story involving deep woods horror I've ever heard was told to me by my grandfather. He was a soldier during the Second World War, enlisting on the day he turned 18 on March 3, 1944. The timing meant he missed the D-Day landings, as well as all the horrors associated with it, but he arrived on the Western Front just in time to take part in something arguably much worse, the invasion of the German homeland. Looking back with the kind of 20/20 vision that hindsight gives you, it seems obvious that Nazi Germany was destined to lose the war, squeezed under the combined weights of the Allied and Soviet armed forces. But in the moment during the day-to-day fighting in the fields and forests of Northern Europe, the future seemed anything but certain. In fact, Germany was still convinced it could win the war. Using atomic bomb technology, stubborn defensive tactics, or a combination of the two, the Nazis were far from convinced that their fight was over. And it was into this new phase of the war that my grandfather found himself in during a nightmarish push into the Nazi heartland that would prove just as terrifying as anything that had preceded it, if not more. So, on the 2nd of October 1944, the Battle of Aachen began. The city had been incorporated into the Siegfried Line, the main defensive network on Germany's western border, and the Allies hoped to capture it quickly before advancing into the industrialized Ruhr Basin to land a knockout blow to German manufacturing capabilities. However, a few miles south of the city lay a place known as Hurtgenwald, or Hurtgen Forest. It was here that over 80,000 German soldiers were based, and the U.S. Army task force sent into the woods intended to pin them down and prevent them from reinforcing the city of Aachen. It's there that my grandfather's story occurs, so without further ado, this is what happened to him. He and his platoon had been tasked with a routine patrol through the woods, probing for the German defensive line on which they could call in artillery and air support. It has been a quiet morning, but that calm was shattered when a distant rifle shot sent one of his platoon mates crashing into the dirt. The soldiers tried to find what little cover they could, but it took a few minutes before they could work out just which angle the shots were coming from. And in that time, 3 or 4 other Americans fell to that German sniper's bullets. A few men tried to tactically withdraw under covering fire from their fellow soldiers, but the sniper picked them off before they could get away. Before long, the entire platoon was pinned down by the sniper, completely unable to move without being shot down where they stood. But as horrendous as that sounds, that's not the part that stuck with him. It's what came next. The platoon's radio man had been the one shot during the initial ambush, and had bled to death pretty quickly, lying lifeless in a slight clearing among the trees. Any time any of the soldiers tried to pull a man's radio unit to safety, the sniper would let off a shot, ensuring they kept their distance. One brave soul actually managed to get a hand on the radio, but through obscene skill or just plain luck, the sniper managed to put a bullet through the upper section of the palm, basically blowing out his finger ligaments and rendering his hand useless. To their absolute horror, there was no way for any of them to call in artillery or air support. Effectively, more than 20 men were completely at the mercy of one German sniper. My grandfather told me that on numerous occasions a soldier might shift a little in place, maybe peek up to see if they could spot the sniper's firing position, and each time the man would fall dead or scream out in pain as a bullet whizzed through the trees and found its mark. And each time the sniper fired and cut down another American in cold blood, he would laugh. He laughed so loud it would echo through the trees around them. My grandfather said that was a sound that he could never, ever forget. Hearing the joy in that German sniper's laugh, the raw, violent delight he felt when his bullet struck home. Sometimes he would shout something, a phrase my grandfather couldn't understand, but it translated later on. "Mehr weinende Kinder," more crying children. That sniper had my grandfather's platoon pinned down for about 6 full hours, but to him it felt like days. They had to just lie there, perfectly still as the dead, open eyes of their fallen comrades stared at them, looks of shock and horror on their lifeless faces. At one point, the sniper, unable to spy any living targets through his high-powered scope, began to fire upon the dead in an attempt to break the platoon psychologically. My grandfather told me the entire platoon winced in disgust and terror as a bullet smashed into a dead man's skull. He had bled out leaning up against a tree and was evidently still well within the sniper's sights. Of all the wounds and injuries my grandfather saw during the war, he told me head wounds were always the worst. Once the structural integrity of the human skull is compromised, be it by bullet or shrapnel or from the blunt force of a rifle butt, a person's face changes shape. The first bullet that hit the dead man's skull practically split it in two, right down the middle. But nothing I can write will outdo the exact horrific manner in which my grandfather described it. I'd known that guy for months. I could recognize him in the dark just from his gait, but now I didn't recognize him at all. His eyes way too far apart. He looked inhuman. But the sniper didn't stop there. He laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed as he sent 2 bullets. Then 3, then 4, sailing into the dead man's skull, pulverizing it until it was just a mess of broken bone and leaking brain matter. Eyeballs still, connected by the optical nerve, dangled from shattered eye sockets. I can't even imagine how traumatic that must have been for a kid who was only barely 18 years old. I mean, he was still a kid, a goddamn child. I think back to when I was 18. I could barely handle seeing a paper cut lit, alone seeing someone's entire goddamn head explode. His platoon had to wait until nightfall to escape. They did so as barks of faglings. Faglings echoed through the trees. Cowards, 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 cowards. The German sniper called them in between volleys of that perverted, manic laughter. My grandpa said he still expected to be shot as they ran back the way they came, trying not to have head-on collisions with tree trunks as they did. One man was so terrified he actually did run straight into a tree, broke his nose, but just got up and kept running. Grandpa died last year, so I consider this a little tribute to a great man who went through terrible times. Rest in peace, Grandpa. My name is Isabel, and I live in the Pacific Northwest, in the great green state of Washington, to be exact. One of my New Year's resolutions for 2020 was to lose the extra weight I had accumulated during my first pregnancy. Weight that had sapped my confidence and left me feeling kinda dumpy. My husband always told me he didn't mind, that he loved me no matter what, but I minded. It might sound a little tradwife of me, but I want to look my best for him, just like he looks his best for me. But the trouble is, I've never ever enjoyed that vibe that seems to hang in air at co-ed gyms. Some places have members that seem to care only about hooking up or ogling each other, while some female-only gyms are so underfunded that they just aren't worth going to. So I took up hiking. I always figured the outdoors would be super good for my mental health, and I'd gone for walks in the woods as part of fighting off the postnatal depression, which were very effective at doing so. I remember how excited I was driving out to a sporting goods store to pick up a snug pair of hiking boots, along with a lot of colorful waterproof gear, mostly in lilac, my favorite color. It felt like the start of something wonderful, but my first serious solo hike in the woods was set to be anything but relaxing or uplifting, and it left me with a greater respect for nature's wrath than I ever thought was possible. My husband and I arranged for him to look after the baby while I drove out to Olympic National Forest for an afternoon of hiking. All went swimmingly for about an hour or two as I pushed myself up hills, feeling my thighs burning, then trembling when they felt the relief of a downslope. It felt amazing, exhilarating, truly uplifting, at least until I took a tumble. I think my boot caught a rock or something, hidden among the earth, but whatever happened, I found myself rolling around in the dirt beneath me, holding onto my ankle as I grimaced in pain. I found I could still put a little weight on it, so it couldn't have been worse than a strain, but it still hurt like the devil. That's when the strangest, most adorable thing happened to me. A crow, a little cawing, black-feathered guy, flew down from a tree. He landed on a tree stump nearby and began to flap his wings. He was doing little jumps, flapping all the while, cawing his little head off like he was singing for his supper. He had saw me take a fall and was flying down to see if I was okay. I mean, that's what it seemed like, because as soon as I said yeah, I'm fine, just scared myself is all, he quietened down and began eyeing me with each of the tiny black pebbles set into his skull. With my ankles still aching a little, I picked myself up, said goodbye to my new crow buddy, then began to limp back towards my car. What happened next seemed like the sweetest thing ever. My new little crow buddy actually followed me. Yep, he followed me. So close too, just making sure I was okay as I was shuffling back to my car. He flew from tree to tree, always sticking close, cawing every so often, just to let me know he was still there to watch over me. It was honestly such a boost. The fall has really rocked my confidence, and to know that nature had its own way of being so kind, so compassionate, it really picked me up at a time I absolutely needed it. However, it wasn't long until my ankle began to really swell up from the sprain, and obviously with the swelling came an increased amount of pain. Now, I know this might sound crazy, but that intense pain and my inability to properly escape it, it brought back the memories of childbirth. And as I sat there on a fallen log, taking the weight off of my ankle, I found myself bursting into tears. And just like something out of a Disney movie, down swooped my little crow friend, who began his same little song and dance of concern. It made my heart swell at the time. It really did. It really was like Disney's story or something. The crying princess and her little bird friend. But then, in what I thought was a beautiful moment, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Something was moving through trees about 100 yards up the slope. Something huge. Something that drooled when it saw me sitting on that fallen log. It was a grizzly bear, fresh out of hibernation, and it was starving. What I thought was my little crow friend began its song and dance again, only this time it was intensely more frenzied than it had been before. I thought it was a warning. I couldn't have been more wrong. The bear began a rapid descent down the slope towards me, panting as it hurtled through the trees. But I was ready for it. I'd managed to pick up the most potent bear mace I could get my hands on, one of the things my new Reddit hiking buddies had insisted I purchase. I pulled it out, flipped off the safety catch, and sprayed a huge mist of bright yellow mace into the air in front of me. I was terrified, convinced that it just wouldn't work for some reason, that the bear would just be too damned hungry, would take the pain and tear me limb from limb right there on the forest floor. But it worked. It actually worked. As soon as the grizzly hit that stinging yellow mist, it stopped dead in its tracks. blinking its eyes before it began to violently sneeze and retch as the mace began to take effect. I didn't bother to stick around and revel in the victory. I mean, who would? I just ran until my ankle felt like it was about to explode, but thankfully some small act of God's mercy led me right back to my car, and somehow I actually made it home. I lived to be able to tell this tale, but when I did a little research. What I thought was my little crow friend, what had seemed like a Disney-style friendship between Beauty and Beast, was anything but that. As it turns out, crows and bears have something of a special relationship. Often upon sighting a wounded or infirm animal, a crow will fly down from a tree and call like the devil. Not out of any kind of concern, but in order to direct a large predator, often a bear, onto the wounded creature. Once the bear is finished chowing down, the crow can eat the scraps. And that day in the woods could have very well ended with me being the scraps. I had just turned 19. I am currently in my 30s and was trying to live life to the fullest. When I was growing up, my mom was super protective and at times extremely overbearing. I was never allowed to go to typical hangouts that the kids my age would frequent. I would say from a small child to at least 16, I spent most of my weekends indoors or in the confinement of my small upstate New York suburban neighborhood. At 16, I was allowed out on weekends, but only if my brother, who is 3 years older than me, basically babysat me. I would have to tag along with my brother and his friends, who were much older than him. I didn't mind getting out of the house, and exploring activities at night was a new experience for me and was a bit liberating, not being cooped up in the house. I guess one could say I was a pretty sheltered teenager most of my life. All this comes into play. Fast forward to when I turned 18. My mother finally let me get my driver's permit, and a few weeks later I was able to get my driver's license. I guess she realized at 18 she couldn't keep that much control over my freedom. I would go to work, pick up anyone who needed a ride, and make any excuse not to come home. Having my car meant the absolute ultimate freedom. It wasn't long after this, roughly about a year later, I started to fall into a group of troubled kids. I guess you can say they were the ones society called degenerates and bums. Most of them had a lot of very apparent mental disorders, couldn't hold any jobs. Most of them had a felony or a run-in with the law. The only consistent thing with them was the copious amounts of random drugs or whatever they could get their hands on that particular night. I fit right in their little group of misfits, mostly because I was their personal chauffeur majority of the time. Boy, did that get old real quick. It wasn't long after I started to dabble into drugs myself. I found myself smoking pot almost every night with my new friends. We were the ones literally driving around, drinking beers, smoking weed, and blasting our music at 2 a.m. and beyond, and not giving a single F about any authority figures or anything for that matter. There were times where I had to elude the police at very high speeds, so I didn't get a Dewey or my car searched. It became such a rush doing that, I became a certified badass, or should I say a certified dumbass in such a short amount of time. It wasn't long after that we started getting into more of the harder stuff. Ecstasy, mama, ecstasy, mama, I'd etc. All this leads us up to the morning in question. This event literally changed my life. This shook me to my very core. In literally 1 year, I became a very sheltered teenager to a very cocky, invincible and drug-infused, naive little shit. If you have made it this far into my story, sit back and enjoy the shit show I am able to tell. It was a very foggy, wet, and humid August morning. Above, as I mentioned, I am from upstate New York, if you want to get a sense of what upstate New York is like. Woods, lots and lots of woods, back roads and creepy, winding woodland roads. After coming down from a night of tripping off psilocybin, or what people call them magic mushrooms, my friends, for the sake of the story, I shall name them Dave and Ray. Dave was a very tall and lanky and slightly balding red-headed man. He was what I call the folks alpha of the group. He was aggressive and intimidating and just all around kind of a douchebag. Ray, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He was a genuinely nice guy, average build and the pretty boy of the group. His problem was always getting arrested for petty stuff, violating his probation, and small things like that. This also comes into play as to why we couldn't get the authorities involved. So at about 7 a.m., just as the sun is starting to rise, all of us have now been up all night and coming down from the excessive tripping from the mushrooms that same night. If anyone who hasn't done magic mushrooms, the day after is brutal. Your brain is literally running on autopilot. Common sense apparently is non-existent. You're literally in a zombie-like state. As I am driving, none of my friends or I are conversating. It was a pretty quiet ride, which is to be expected after having a crazy out-of-your-mind experience that same night. We are all just puffing on our cigarettes and just taking in the morning light. After about an hour of driving on the deeply wooded road and with no destination planned out, I see Dave perk up in the corner of my eye in the passenger seat. He taps my shoulder excitedly and says, "Hey, man, look over there. There's a random girl walking. Let's give her a ride," me being generous by nature. I thought there wouldn't be any harm honestly seeing if this girl needs a ride or needs help. As I approached her, I slowed my car down on the quiet, heavily wooded road. We had not seen a single car or even a house in at least 20 minutes. So I wasn't in any real harm or danger slowing my car down. At first glance of this girl, she seemed young but also mature looking, like a face that has been through some hardships. She appeared to be in her early to middle 20s, amber-colored hair that was backlit by the sun, and oddly enough dressed kind of casual, like someone would dress going to brunch or a nice restaurant. Dave rolls down the window and says, "Hey there, good morning. My friends and I saw you walking, and we wanted to know if you needed a ride somewhere." She then turned her body towards my car, and I then saw an 8-inch wooden and metal cross with Jesus crucified dangling around her neck. I thought to myself, of all people wandering in the deep woods, it's a damn Bible pusher, seeing how I saw the humor in this situation. I knew any chance of my friend hooking up with her dramatically went down. Just then, in an excited tone, she squeals with this almost adorable but sinister grin on her face. She says, "God bless you, gentlemen. I asked the good Lord to turn my tired legs into wheels, and he must have sent you handsome men to the rescue. God is good." Without any hesitation, she opens my back passenger door and sits directly next to my friend Ray. He is awkward and shy around her right off the bat. As I put my car into drive, I adjusted my rear view mirror so it's fixated on her face. I ask her, where do you need to go? She says, "If you gentlemen don't mind, you can bring me to my house. I would be most gracious." I said, "No problem, just let me know where to go. Seeing that I have no idea where I am, keep in mind This was way before GPS and Google Maps. I just had a shitty flip phone with no service, with the rearview mirror directly fixated on her eyes with a now dark and sinister expression on her face. She asks, "You guys are so silly." Fake chuckle. "Does anyone even know where you even are?" Seeing how this was a oddly unnerving question, almost in unison, my friends say no, and I am the odd one out saying yes, and then going along with my friends say, "Well, no." She excitedly says, "You guys must be really hungry. When we get to my house, all can come in and I'll fix you something good to eat." Just then my stomach churns and makes this internal groaning sound. When you're so hungry, anything sounds good. I look at her and say, "Yeah, we'll see." She then throws a evil scorn my way and is not directly looking at me through my rearview mirror. I am not going to lie, it was extremely unnerving. After about 20 miles of going down random roads and just endless woods, she yells, "Okay, in about 20 feet my driveway is coming up. It's very hidden. And I'm warning you guys now. It's at least a quarter-mile long." As I approached her dirt driveway, the trees were so old and dense it almost acted like a complete sunblocker. It was so dark I had to put my high beams on. Let me tell you, she wasn't kidding when she said her driveway was long. I was honestly surprised to find this random, beautiful 2-story house, literally in the middle of the woods. As I parked my car, the first thing I noticed was how eerily quiet it was. I asked her, "Do you live by yourself? Are we going to wake anyone up?" She said, "My mom isn't home. She went to early mass. Please come in." With the thought of food in my head, my stomach was louder than the thoughts in my head to leave, and we all started following to her front door. Once she opened her door, she said for us to sit down in the table outside the kitchen with the stools. Looking around her house, it looks like it hasn't been updated since the 70s. Very Brady Bunch-esque. It literally felt like I was in a movie studio set and they precisely nailed the 1970s down to the top. But anyways, she then busted out a family-sized version of macaroni and cheese and placed it in the oven. She said, "I am sorry, I wasn't expecting any guests. I hope this is enough for you guys. Should be ready in 45 minutes. For the next 30 minutes, we tried to make small talk with her. For some reason, I must have rubbed her the wrong way, but she would randomly glance over at me and just not say a word. Just literally look at me for 2-3 minutes straight without blinking and just give me this cold, expressionless face. About 40 minutes go by and she asks us, "How old are you guys?" We say our ages. 19, 19, 20, she then says creepily, "I bet you guys would love some wine." Excitedly, we all say, "Hell yeah, that would be awesome." Just then she goes inside her fridge, and about 10-15 seconds later pulls out a labelless glass craft of wine and pours us each a glass. I didn't really question at the time why she wasn't enjoying a glass of wine, but then again it was pretty damn early in the morning. After each of us finish a glass of wine each, without asking or a pause, she fills up our glasses and keeps topping us off. After the buzzer alarm goes off on the stove, she pulls out this amazing-looking pan of frozen mac and cheese. But it actually doesn't look half that bad. About mid-plate, I felt this immediate uneasy feeling in my body. I put it off as the wine and no sleep, and it being about 8-something, I'm in the morning. Just then in the corner of my eye, I see this car pull in the driveway. It's her mother. It now dawned on me the awkwardness of the situation that we are in, and I'm not sure how this is going to play out. As the mother gets out of her car, she directly looks at my car and realizes she now has some uninvited guests in her house at 8 a.m. I very fastly chugged the second glass of wine and said, "Hey, I think your mom is home. Can I have another glass real quick?" She has this awkward but mysterious grin on her face and says, "Of course you can. Drink up quick and don't waste it." Just as she finished pouring my glass, her mom aggressively opens the door and looks at her daughter and says, "Now, what in the hell is going on in my house?" she furiously says. The daughter then says, "Mother, this is no way to act in front of our new guest." The mother is scanning us fiercely, and I awkwardly bury my face in the glass of wine. And the first thing she does is throws her purse down and comes over to us and immediately takes away the wine glasses from us and just throws them all in the sink. When she took the glasses away, I was mid-sip, as the glasses smash into pieces in tiny projectiles in the sink. She looks at her daughter and says, "What the F are you thinking? I told you to never give anyone that wine," she hysterically yells to her daughter. The daughter then says, "But mother, our guests were thirsty," after the mother and daughter continue to fight. I tried innocently to intervene and said, "Ma'am, I know how this might look, let me explain. My friends and I had seen your daughter walking on a sketchy road and offered her a ride. Your daughter was nice enough to offer us a bite to eat, and we were going to head out after. The mother looks at me and says, 'I want you and your friends out of my house now.'" She starts shrieking. Just then the daughter pulls the mom into another room and they are going at it. I mean, they are just yelling at each other. I hear things like "we just got away with inaudible," and also "when you give them that wine are you crazy," while trying to eavesdrop, and also look at my friends and start mouthing "we have to go." Now my friends look at me equally scared, and Ray says, "Bro, I want to get the hell out of here, but I can't feel my legs. I think they're asleep." My other friend Dave says, "Bro, I think she put something in that wine." My whole body is numb. This wasn't just wine. I guess me being bigger in size and more meat on me, I had only felt a moderate amount of numbness. It was almost like the feeling you get when you're on the toilet doing your business and you're 30 minutes deep in Reddit stories, and you try to get up off the toilet and you have to wait for the blood to return back to your leg to regain feeling. It was like that, but the feeling didn't immediately come back. If anything, my body felt like it was starting to get early stages of paralysis. I knew then that if we didn't leave, all three of us would be completely immobilized. With the biggest thrust and everything I had, I was to pick myself up. My friend Dave was also able to get himself up as well, but Ray was unable to get himself up. So Dave and me grabbed his pant leg above the knee and carried him off the stool. It was this moment I realized the gravity of the situation. This was never about the wine. The mom was just not only upset about the wine, something more sinister was going on. This went from an awkward situation to a legit horror movie plot. All of a sudden, the mom and daughter stopped yelling at each other, because I'm guessing they heard the stools being moved around and the commotion going on as we are trying to leave. And the daughter flies down the flight of stairs and sees us heading out, literally carrying our friend out, and angrily says, "Now where the F do you guys think you're going?" This seemingly soft-spoken 8-inch wooden cross-wearing child of God became demonic real quick. I said, "We are just getting some air and maybe have a cigarette." She then says furiously, "Y'all can't leave. I haven't even showed you the best part. You can't leave," she cries out. Just then she goes in front of us and is now blocking the front door. This 120-pound female thinks he's going to stop my 250-pound big frame. I told her, "Ma'am, please get out of our way. We just want to leave." She then laughs in a way I never saw coming. She said, "You fools, once you came in, you were never going to leave. This is God's plan." I had the most epic oh hell no rage in me build up. I had one more burst of energy left in me, and before she should even react, I dropped my friend Ray and did a Adam Sandler in the Waterboy charge at her, instantly crushing her against the door. We both fall to the ground. I tell my friend Dave to get him and Ray to the car while I keep this now crazy lunatic of a bitch at bay. I would never in a million years ever hurt a female, but the gloves were off. My heart was pounding in my chest as more of this poisoned wine was now coursing through my veins. I can feel my body just want to collapse, but adrenaline is some crazy stuff, man. As I'm rolling with her on the ground in her living room, she's shrieking like a crazed banshee and is trying to claw my face. I was able to get in a few shots that seemed to stun her and attempted to get myself back up and in my car to get the hell out of this horror freak show. As I'm trying to leave her, Mom is screaming at her saying, "Cassandra, just let them go. Let them go," the daughter said in a snarling kind of voice. "No, I want him. The others can leave as I'm now on my feet." She is trying to pull me back inside from the open door, back into her messed up, twisted Brady Bunch-looking house. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have been able to get the upper hand on me, but I can feel my numb body actually get manipulated back inside. The only thing I can do at this point is to grab this weird black-looking globe paperweight that is on this retro-looking shelf, and with a heavy whacking came down hard on her head. I honestly just wanted to stun her, but I guess it wasn't enough. She was still proceeding to pull me back inside, and I raised my arms above my head and came down like Thor has briefly taken over my body. She stops trying to pull me inside, and almost immediately this fountain of blood just pours from her head. She looks at me extremely stunned, and with her teeth now stained in blood, she gasps. This was God's will, and I said, "No, you're just a crazy bitch," and she collapses almost immediately after that. I fly down her outside staircase, fumble around to get my car guys together. My friends jump in the car, and within a few seconds I am leaving this crazy woman's driveways and just drive until I recognize where I am. Now I could end the story here, but there is an ending. After we got out of that horrible situation, we all go to the safest spot we know, our nightly hangout spot, a very secured spot near the river where we all go to get away from the world. We all end up passing out in my car, whether it's from the sleep deprivation or the spiked wine. We easily were passed out for at least 14 hours. Just then we were awoken by a knock from outside my car. I'm literally laying in a pool of my own sweat. My heart is thumping because I am thinking it's this crazy girl, and she found us. Just then my car door opens only to reveal it's our other friend, Scene. Scene looks at us and says, "None of you guys picked up your phones like you normally do, so I figured you guys were down here by the river," he says, and then takes a better look at us and says, "Damn fellas, you guys look like shit. I didn't mean to scare you guys. Come outside. I'll get a fire going and pack a bowl of smoke." After we mentally gathered ourselves, we made our way to the roaring fire. Its warm glow gave me a little comfort, and the weed helped me relax. A good 30 minutes goes by, and none of us has spoken a word. And then Scene breaks the silence and says, "All right, guys, what the hell is going on? You are all acting strange." My friend Ray starts saying, in almost a broken sentence, almost at the verge of crying, says we gave girl a ride. The wine. Something was in the wine. I couldn't walk. Scene looks at us and says, "What the hell are y'all talking about?" I said in an aggressive-like tone, "We picked up this really crazy bitch on the side of the road. Went back to her house. She gave us wine with something in it. Her mom comes home. All hell breaks loose. I barely got out. He starts looking at all of us nervously. Scene says, where was this? We all said, I think, around the town name taken out for anonymity. He starts to visually get upset. Was her name Cassandra? Since I was the only one who heard her name, I go to him and say, now, and if did you know that? He looks at the fire and a lump forms in his throat. I used to live next to her, one driveway over. I was 8 and she was 15. She would terrorize me. She would try and get me to do things to her. Her mom found out. She told her mama I was the one being weird. Few years later, she took my cat and took out all his organs and laid them out in my backyard for me to see. My parents thought it was coyotes. She also poisoned my dog. He came in one night throwing up blood. When I was 12, she tried to rape me. I got home from school and she tried to get in my house. That's when I took my father's shotgun and smacked her in the head with the butt of it. We moved a few weeks later. She is absolutely insane. I go to him scene. This girl had an 8-inch cross around her neck. What in the hell? He paused, sighs, and takes a deep breath. Guys, when you saw her this morning, she was walking to go visit her brother. I say that's random, so what? He goes, you don't understand. Her brother is in the prison next town over they found 2 bodies at their house. They were murdered, poisoned, I think. Her brother took the fall for his sister and is serving 2 life sentences. You want to know why she wears the cross? The devil comes in many different disguises. To this day, that comment resonates in my brain. I am not religious, but it does make sense. Hey, little sons and daughters. Before returning to real cold cases and mysteries, I wanted to visit some of the old park ranger stories that were ones among many that brought audience to my channel. This will be a long-form video as the one before, so I just wanted to ask you if you prefer short versions or long, such as this one. In any case, lay down on your porch, light a pipe, and close your eyes. It's old Texas Scare. Back in 1999, I used to work as a park ranger over at Yosemite National Park. It wasn't a job I ever really saw myself doing. The fact was that until I busted my knees and had to stop playing football, the NFL was all I ever dreamed of. I was obsessed. It was football in the morning, football in the afternoon, and at night I used to dream of football. But like many young men's dreams, they turned out to be nothing but the stuff of pipes. I needed a job, I needed money, and I needed it fast. So when an uncle told me of an opening up at Yosemite for a park ranger, I jumped at the chance. He told me it was relatively easy work, mostly outdoors, and I could rely on it. As long as there was state funding, as long as there were still trees sprouting out of the ground, I'd always have work. So there I was, 23 years old, decked out in my park ranger's uniform, hiking through valleys and over hills, popping ibuprofen whenever my knees started to play up. I'd done the job for about 2 years in March of '99, and honestly, I'd grown to love it. Being out there meant being surrounded by nature on a daily basis. I mean, I'd see things weekly that wildlife photographers would give their left nuts to document. But I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd encounter the kind of thing I did on March 18th, 1999. It's something that I've thought about almost every single day since, something I can't ever get out of my mind, and something I don't think I ever will. And it started off a chain of events that I gradually became obsessed with and that have changed my life forever. It started with a call about a potential forest fire up. My boss called and told me a hiker had seen some smoke rising up through the trees up near a place called Long Cabin in Sonora County. I probably don't need to tell you that forest fires can be absolutely devastating to an area like Yosemite and are taken very, very seriously by us park rangers. Now y'all should know that log cabin isn't technically in our jurisdiction. It's actually closer to Stanislaus National Forest. But since there was no one up in that area to go check it out, my boss asked me to go check it out. And call in the fire department if it was a serious threat. We get a good number of calls like this, and more often than not, it's just a family whose barbecue has gotten out of hand or kids whose campfire is a little too big. So I agreed to drive up there to check it out, as it was only a couple of hours' drive there and back. So after about an hour's drive, I arrive up at Long Barn, and I can see some black smoke rising up through the trees in the distance. This is unusual, as black smoke means it's not just wood burning, more like plastic or artificial fabrics, so it definitely wasn't wood burning. This is kind of a relief at first. It meant it wasn't an outright forest fire, but it did mean someone was burning something that was definitely not good for the environment. I park up as close as I can to the source of the smoke, then hike off through the trees, basically just following my nose as the smell of the burning plastics got stronger and stronger. Then I see it, a burned-out car abandoned among the trees. Still kinda smoldering, but I guess the fire had been set at night and had mostly burned through before I got the call about it. My first thought was joyriders, something as simple as car thieves that had bust into someone's vehicle, tore it up and down the quiet country roads up here, then just abandoned it and set it alight to cover up any evidence. Again, this is a pretty unusual crime out here in the sticks, and you can forgive me for associating that sort of wanton mischief with more urban areas. But then I started to smell something else among the smoke, something more like burning meat. I'm a huge barbecue guy myself, and I know what it smells like when you leave something on the grill for too long, like that acrid, charred stench that I know is going to lead to disappointment because I've messed up on some expensive T1 or whatever. Only you're definitely not supposed to smell that coming off of a burning car, are you? And as you can imagine, I started to feel very, very uneasy about the whole thing. I circled the burned-out vehicle looking for signs of animal carcasses or, God forbid, human bodies that were in or around the vehicle, but saw nothing. I even checked under the car, but again, didn't see a thing. I pull out my phone to get in touch with the Sonora County Sheriff, who said he'd send over a couple of guys to check the scene out within the next hour or so, but who also asked me to stick around so I could guide them in and show them exactly where the vehicle was. So, given the fact I had an hour or two to kill waiting for them, I went into the trunk of my truck, pulled out the little fire extinguisher stored back there, and proceeded to put out the few small fires still burning in and around the vehicle. I do so pretty effectively, but when I'm done and I notice there's still something smoldering in the trunk, smoke keeps seeping out of the cracks, and the more it does, the more I can smell that burning meat smell. That's when it really hit me. Something or someone was in that trunk. That's where the smell of was coming from. Waiting for those sheriff's deputies seemed like it took an eternity. Mainly because when they got there, I knew they'd be able to open that trunk, and I really didn't want to see what was inside. So they get there, I tell them what I suspect has happened, and what I suspect has happened, and what I suspect is in that trunk. One of the guys uses a crowbar to wrench the trunk open, which was pretty easy considering the fire had warped the metal locks keeping it closed. But what we saw inside is something I saw over and over again in my nightmares for many nights to come. It was a mess of blackened, burned flesh and contorted limbs. The sight of it alone caused me to gag and retch, puking up my breakfast onto the forest floor. Even those deputies, hardened by years of witnessing violence and cruelty on a daily basis, had a hard time dealing with what they were seeing. One just leaned against a tree, mouth covered with a cloth rag he kept on him, probably for this exact reason, while the other called in the coroner to deal with the bodies. They told me I could make a move back to Yosemite whenever I was ready, and boy was I ready. I got the hell out of there as soon as I was able to. From what I understand, the sheriff's deputies soon discovered that the two scorched bodies in the trunk of that burned-out vehicle were those of Carola's son and Silvina Palazzo. The two women, along with Carola's son's young daughter, Julie, had been missing since the previous February, when they were last sighted alive and well at the Cedar Lodge near Yosemite National Park. It was actually one of my colleagues over at the park that had been the last person to see them alive, and the whole thing had drawn national attention, landing them on the cover of People magazine when some journalist took an interest in the story. And I mean, it was a really interesting story, albeit a very morbid one. Carola's son's wallet had been found on a street in downtown Modesto, California, 3 days after they had disappeared, and Julie's son's body was found dumped in heavy underbrush by an overlook at the Don Pedro Reservoir, several miles from the logging trail where the car had been found. Her throat had been slit from ear to ear. Local sheriffs and the FBI initially focused their investigation on a group of meth heads up in Northern California who had previous convictions for stalking and assaulting lone groups of women. But all those leads were abandoned when a break in the case cast light on another suspect. Because the story doesn't end here. In fact, it got even worse for all of us that worked up in Yosemite. One of the staff members at the Yosemite Institute was a young woman named Joey Ruth Armstrong. Joey was friendly, bubbly, and generally just a joy to be around. I'd only ever met her once or twice in my time as a park ranger, but I could see why she was a popular member of the team. She loved nature, and she loved nature, and she loved her job, even more passionately than most others on our staff. But in July of that same year, 1999, Joey had made plans to spend a weekend visiting friends down in Sausalito. Team members who lived in the log cabin she shared with them in Yosemite Village said their goodbyes, wished her safe travels, and watched as she wandered off among the trees to catch a ride down to Sausalito. But a few days later, when she was due to return to the village, she didn't show up. She'd actually left some contact details with the team, just in case they needed to talk to her, but when they followed up with a call to check up on her, her friends told them she hadn't actually arrived to spend the weekend with them, and that they were starting to get worried. A group of rangers went over to the cabin she stayed at, only to find her white pickup truck was still parked in the driveway, packed with luggage for her trip. Having decided to begin their search in the immediate area, the rangers split up into smaller groups. They trudged through dense brush, watching for rattlesnakes and looking for signs of their missing co-worker. Then, after only a short while of searching, they apparently spotted footprints, broken saplings, trampled ferns and grass, all signs that someone had recently ran or perhaps even been chases. That's when one of the rangers noticed something metallic glinting in the sunlight just a few feet away. It was a key ring lying in a shallow ditch. It was the sighting of this key ring that led them to spot something else. It was a dead body. It had on the white t-shirt and blue jeans that Joy had been wearing the day she left for Sausalito. Except now they were filthy, dirty, encrusted, and blood-stained. But despite bearing such similarities to our missing co-workers, it was impossible to immediately identify the body. That was because whoever had killed this person had also taken the time to cut off the head, decapitating it completely. For those of us that worked in and around Yosemite, Joey's murder meant that the nightmare of those burned bodies, the nightmare we'd all tried to forget about, had come back with a vengeance. The killings were made even more disturbing to us by just how rare it was for anything like that to happen in this area of California. According to one of the older rangers, the last known murder to occur inside Yosemite's boundaries happened 12 years earlier, in 1987, when a guy pushed his wife off a cliff in order to collect on a life insurance policy. As you can tell, I've thought about this whole thing and researched the various murders a whole lot, and I've discovered that the chances of being murdered in one of our nation's national parks is about 1 in 20 million. Basically, you have more chance of drowning in your own bathtub, so please don't think this is an actual thing. People don't just hang around in the woods waiting to ambush unwary hikers. In the months that had followed the discovery of those burned bodies in the trunk of the car, the cops had almost no luck in finding a suspect. And honestly, we didn't expect Joey's murder to be any different. But unbelievably, in the immediate aftermath of her killing, local authorities got lucky thanks to a witness statement given by one of our co-workers. They had noticed a blue and white 1979 International Scout parked near Joey's cabin on the night of her death, and the cops put out an ad on it right away. Then a few days later on, 2 park rangers spotted a vehicle that looked remarkably similar parked on the shoulder of a highway not too far away. What happened next was truly bizarre. I spoke to the guys who found the truck, who said they searched around it for a while until they came across a guy sunbathing, completely naked, at a nearby riverbank. They asked who he was, and he told them he was a handyman at the Cedar Lodge, some vacation homes built close by, and that his name was Cary Stainer. The guy seemed kind of embarrassed that he'd been caught in the nude like that and quickly left the area. But my co-workers immediately called the encounter into local cops, who showed up and compared the tire tracks left by the truck to those left at the scene of Joey's murder. They came back as exactly identical. A few days later, the same weird guy was taken into custody while he was visiting some nudist resort over near Sacramento. When they took him into custody and interviewed him regarding Joey's murder, he confessed. Just straight up confessed. Then also confessed to the fact that he'd murdered Carola's son, Silvina Palazzo, as well as Carola's daughter, Julie. The FBI were called in for additional questioning, and it was then that Cary Stainer told them all about how he had fantasized about hurting women ever since he was a child, and how he had been completely unable to silence the voices in his head that told him to kill them. For 5 whole months, this absolute psychopath had been living right under our goddamn noses, hiding in plain sight. He'd been chilling up at Cedar Lodge doing his job and eyeing up potential victims under the pretense of being a friendly, albeit a little cookie, local handyman. From what I can gather, no one had suspected him of having anything to do with the disappearances of Sandra Palazzo because he just seemed way too nice. Too much of a regular dude that, in the Steiner family name, had been in the news before, for a reason that led investigators to believe that there was no way that Cary had it in him to do something so terrible. You see, many years before, when Cary was just 11 years old, his younger brother, 7-year-old Stephen, disappeared without a trace one afternoon while walking home from school on his own. This devastated the family, causing a huge rift between Cary and his dad. Eventually, Stephen escaped captivity after 7 long years as the sex slave of Kenneth Parnell, a convicted pedophile and former employee of the Yosemite Lodge inside the national park. He became a celebrity of sorts. There was national newspaper and television coverage, as well as a book and a TV miniseries chronicling his years of abuse. Whether or not that whole thing shaped Carey into the violent psychopath he eventually became is something I don't think anyone will be able to properly determine. But shortly after, Carey began to claim he'd seen Bigfoot. Yes, the ape, man-thing that's said to inhabit the woods of the Pacific Northwest. He was well on his way to being completely detached from reality. At his trial in 2002, Carey Stayner pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. His lawyers asserted that the entire Stayner family had a history of sexual abuse and mental illness, manifesting itself not only in the murders, but also his obsessive-compulsive disorder, his obsession with cryptids, specifically Bigfoot, and his request to be provided with obscene images in return for his eventual confession. He was nevertheless found sane and convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder by a jury on August 27, 2002. The court then had to decide if he would be executed for his crimes, which it unanimously decided that he should, and rightly so. Stayner remains on death row as of September 2019, but problems with California death penalty laws are frustrating the process, and it's becoming increasingly unlikely that Carey will suffer the same fate as his many victims. I know this was an overly long post, but as I'm sure you can all understand, this is something I've been quite frankly obsessed about since the discovery of those burned bodies affected me too personally. I'm actually considering writing a book about the whole thing and my experiences living and working in the places that most of these crimes occurred. If I can't ever get these things out of my head, why not try and turn the whole thing into a kind of therapy? Turn it into something that others can enjoy and maybe something I can make a few bucks out of. Even if that does make me feel like a goddamn vampire, profiting off of other people. Misery. Maybe let me know in the comments section, but regardless, I hope you enjoyed reading this, and maybe, just maybe, it'll help you stay safe in a world where people are out there with the word compulsions imaginable, driving them to kill. It was an amazing day. Hell, it had been an amazing week. I was finally off from work in my little Mini. Vacation was starting. I had been keeping track of the weather and made sure that the days I wanted to go on vacation would be great for some hiking and camping. I live in Altoona, in the middle of the state. My role in life is to explore every state park in Pennsylvania. I decided that when I was a youngin', I would make it my life's goal to visit and write about every park I could travel to. I'm a young man, and as long as I stayed healthy and strong, I should be able to do it. There are 111 state parks in Pennsylvania, 20 state forests, 1 national forest, 1 national forest, 1 national memorial, 2 national historic sites, and 3 national historic parks. I've been to half of the state forests and 30 of the state parks. I usually start at the parks on the outside of the state and work clockwise from Altoona as the 6 o'clock position, but I have a friend who loves Black Moshannon State Park, and she's always talking about how good the fishing is on the lake. She raves about the hiking and the trails, and even though it's close to a highway, it's secluded enough to feel like you're in a world of your own, which is what I needed. I work at a Wawa, and I kinda hit the lottery for a decent amount of money. Not enough to retire, but enough to afford my condo, keep up the hole, and go on vacation when I wanted to, which is what I'm doing now. So here we are. I'm gonna head up to Moshannon and see what the fuss is all about. I woke up about 5:30 and finished loading up the car. I got some breakfast from the job and headed up Highway 99, then cut over to alternate 220, then onto Beaver Road, as that would take me right into the middle of Black Moshannon, past the lake into the camping grounds. Since the deer season was ending, the park's traffic would primarily be locals and the rare tourists. I got there by 9:45. The sun was high and the air was cooler than average for August. It felt great, good enough for a hike. After setting up camp and securing the site with a few locks, I put on my hiking gear and decided to take a few of the off-brand trails heading north. I passed the bog near Route 504. The panorama was amazing as the sun glistened off the waters by the banks, which were covered in oak, cherry, and pine trees that rose up the gentle slope of hills. I took in the fresh scent and decided after the hike I'd do lunch, then get in some fishing. I hadn't seen a soul up here yet outside of some cars on the road coming in and the park ranger who guided me to my camping lot. It was about 40 minutes into my hike when I'd come across anything odd. I had taken pictures of some of the birds I saw and decided to make a mental note of the varieties I'd seen. There were warblers, teals, black ducks, Canadian geese, and other avian critters. As I crossed over a smaller bog path, I noticed a group of woodpeckers chasing a flying squirrel. Poor little critter, I said aloud to no one as I watched the aerial spat. Then a plane flew overhead, reminding me that no matter how far I go, civilization was. What's that? I noted as I heard some crunching in the grass. I noticed the chittering of the critters had moved on as they continued their conflict. I knew black bears were native to this area, so I wanted to make sure there was a good bit of distance between me and it, just in case it decided to charge. I followed the noise of the crunching up the hill and into a nearby clearing, moving slowly as not to startle the bear. Hell, it might not even be a bear, I thought, but deer or something else. It was neither. It was just another hiker like myself. Well, I guessed she was a hiker, but she didn't dress like one. It was a young black girl, probably late 20s, a few years older than myself, I thought. She had on a tank top with some bike shorts and sneakers. It was kind of odd as it was unseasonably cool. It was probably around 50 degrees or so, maybe a little warmer in the sunlight. She was carrying only one of those small backpack purses. She was very carefree as she walked, humming a tune and swinging the pack about as she played with the fauna. She walked to a grouping of stones and found a small tree stump and sat down. She gazed up at the sky and smiled. Damn, she was cute, I thought as she looked about. Her hair was short and styled, high cheeks, nice pouty lips. With a fit, athletic body, maybe only a few inches shorter than me. She pulled the pack to the front, then looked inside. I guess to make sure she had what she needed out here, like keys or mace or something. I thought it would be courteous to at least let her know I was out here so as not to startle her. But just as I decided to not come across as a creeper looking at a chick in the woods, I felt the air temperature just drop. I shook for a quick moment as a chill went down my spine. Who? Shit! I said aloud, but not loud enough for her to hear me as I shivered. Must have been a breeze or something, I said to myself, rubbing my arms. As I gathered myself, I noticed the sky was almost imperceptibly darker. I mean, the sun was still out, and the sky is mostly clear, but it was almost like looking at the world through barely tinted sunglasses, which I was not wearing. I started making my way to her, and then I noticed her left hand. She was holding up her index finger. It was pointed in my direction. Had she seen me? There was no way. I was in the tree line, covered in shadow, and making my way around the bushes. She probably heard me curse, and "What the F?" I cried as the chill returned with no breeze at all. I looked about frightened for some reason. I didn't know why. But I was scared as hell. I looked towards the girl. I had to warn her. But warn her of what? Me being scared shitless for no reason. Then I noticed her finger still up, but pointing directly at me, then wagging at me. Then wagging at me. Like, don't come here, stay put, stay where I was. Confused, I decided to see what. Holy I whispered to myself as I looked at her. Behind her. Behind her. What the hell is that? I tried to scream, but my voice died out as my eyes went wide with terror, as she just sat there not seeing the thing behind her. I tried to run, but like my voice, my legs didn't want to work. I could only watch in horror as the creature slithered much like a snake as it approached her. It rose behind her, its form like a dark, wispy, ripped, overly large and long cloak. It was a cloak of floating darkness. The bottom and arms were just like shredded bed sheets draped over a corpse, as the only true feature on it was the bony deer-like antlers on its hooded and skeletal face. Moss, grass, and other detritus dangled loosely from its antlers. The skeletal face was human, but overly large, and its mouth a gaping pit of darkness, as was its eyeless pits. A crack ran from its temple into the darkness of the hood. It reached for the girl as a pack dangled from her shoulder. No, it reached for the backpack, the shredded, handless hem of where its arm should be gingerly reached for it. I wet myself as I knew that thing would kill her, and she'd never even know it. I guess it was a blessing to die swiftly, but if it had seen me, I'd know how I would die. Death under a cloudless, sunny day, with the sounds of the woods to muffle my death cries, as the animals went about their days like this was normal. To my shock, the girl pulled the backpack over her shoulder and craned her head to look behind her. You remember how you got that crease on that bony face of yours, right? She said to it with little emotion. Ah, yes, it said, raising its sleeved arm to its head. You, Abigail Mitchell of Philadelphia, assaulted me without provocation, I remember. You did try to suck the life from me, if I remember correctly. She said back to the thing as if they had some rivalry or something. Did you get the items per my request? The creature said as it floated to the front to face her as it towered over the sitting woman. The bottom of its smoke, like form, swayed silently about a foot off the ground. But had it been touching the ground, it would probably still be at least 10 feet tall. It glanced down at her. May I see it? To be sure, it is what I asked for. The demonic specter hissed in its airy breath. The girl looked to the backpack and reached inside. I could feel my legs quivering as I was both fascinated and terrified at the sight before me. My brain desperately tried to understand this whole thing. A human girl is having a conversation with some ghostly monstrosity. It's sunny and cloudless, and the sounds of the forest went on as normal. I think I even heard another plane overhead as my nose took in the smell of my urine, and my weak knees marinated in the stuff, too shaken to do anything else. I watched on as the girl pulled something from the bag. It looked like a brass cup and a medallion. The creature hissed in pleasure as it rose above her, its arms fluttering like some damn bird before it settled down again. This what you mean? The girl said, dangling the medallion and holding the brass cup before it. The creature shrunk towards the ground in an almost kneeling position. As it did so, the front of its ethereal body began to glow in a small circular pattern about the size of the medallion. Do you also have the other thing? It said excitedly. Its antlered head moving forward, trying to look in the pack. She pulled it back and told it to. Take it easy, she told it, annoyed at the thing's eagerness. How long has it been? She asked it as she pulled forth another cup and a small bottle or something. The creature rose up and back as the light in the medallion dimmed some. It looked as if it was in contemplation. "What human year is this now?" it asked. 2019 of the Common Era, she told it. 374 of your years since I lost that. It growled, pointing to the medallion and the brass cup. "Name your fee and let's be on with it," it stated, the eagerness overriding its common sense as its formless body shuddered in anticipation. "I told you my fee when you made the request. That crack on the head knocked away some of your memory," she asked it, tapping her head. "Are you serious? That was your fee? Not power or influence, or money as you humans love so much? Not adoration or some silly bargain?" It said to her almost incredulously. "A story, a story," she stated with a wide grin on her face. "A story," I said to myself. "Why something so small? Why not something of significance?" The creature asked her. I, too, was curious about this, because my job is to collect the history of as many things as I can. I'm also a sucker for a good story. Stories are significant. I know somewhere in that spectral skull of yours you've seen and done some shit. "Just tell me one," she said, holding up a finger. "You are very curious for a human Abigail Mitchell of Philadelphia," it replied to her. "How long have you been around?" she asked the thing. "Thousands of your years." "Why, tell me a story of something. 800, no, 1,000 years back," she stated as she placed her elbows on her knees and cupped her face like a damn kid at camp around a campfire. She even had the silliest damn grin on her face. Who was she? How could she? That was she sit around that thing like it was normal. I hadn't realized it, but I found myself sitting also on a dry patch of the ground looking on intensely. I must be suffering from brain damage or something. Fear mixed with intrigue, mixed with intrigue, mixed with heightened curiosity. I, too, waited for the story of the thing. "Very well, curious one. The story I will tell you is of a really stupid boy and his equally stupid family," the creature began. Deep in the Ozarks, my brother Jasper and I would go visit Uncle Jack out in the deep woods. It would seem like it would take hours to get up there, but really it only took 3 hours. When we got there, I would go exploring back behind my Uncle Jack's house. We were told that if we went back to those woods to bring a small firearm with us, because we might see some bears out and about or a mountain lion, we would venture back there to our little fort we had made a few years back. There were still some little spots to patch up on the roof, but other than that it was still the same as we had left it. There were some old car posters and $50 left in the fix. We spent countless hours up there. I remember looking out the window one night and seeing these red eyes. They made me shiver. I felt as if they were looking directly into my soul, reading into my anxiety and fear. But in typical Jasper, my brother would just chalk it off as some old wolf or something. Well, it was time for some much-needed rest and relaxation, away from it all, so we're headed out into the old deep woods again. Yeah, it was sort of a journey, but it was worth it every single time. Finally, we arrived and went straight into the woods for a hike. Thankfully, unlike Jasper, I came prepared. I had some trail mix bars and a gallon of water so I wouldn't be too tired during the hike. It could get pretty tricky on the hills and the area with the many switchbacks present there. We came back later that evening and had dinner with my family. My uncle would tell us one of his the wall tales. My dad would say it would always be about that half-human flying creature. He said he had saw it one time while he was back behind his property cutting some wood with his chainsaw, Uncle Jack says it cut out on him all of a sudden. He was about to crank it back up, but something startled him. He says he saw the half-human flying creature with blood-red eyes. Uncle Jack said they locked eyes for a second, and he saw something so bad that it shook him to his very core. He couldn't even begin to describe that harrowing experience. Uncle Jack says it still gives him nightmares. Me and my brother think that he is cuckoo, not right in the head. He's telling us the story again and says, "Fine, you kids don't believe me, just wait, and maybe you will see it this summer." We say, "Okay, Uncle Jack," kind of with a tremble to our voice. Later in the evening, I and my brother are playing video games. I'm getting bored, so I take a little break and doze off in the recliner chair. The next day, we go into town for a few things to fix up our little fort. All it needs is a few boards and some screws. It takes a while to get 2 items because Jasper is always checking out the plants or the latest gizmos and tools they have at the Bill's Home Improvement store. I finally pull Jasper away. We get out and start walking to go get some lunch from one of our favorite places, Henry's Melting Pot Madness. Henry's has this amazing world-famous triple cheese, bacon bits, spicy 5-alarm chili that are to die for. I'm drooling just thinking about it, but then something strange happens. Some crazy guy from the street walks up to me and whispers something in my ear and quickly hands me a small piece of paper before quickly running away. I think nothing of it at first and stick it in my pocket and keep moving. There are always a few crazies out and about town. Then we head on down to the diner to go get some lunch. I get their world-famous spicy 5-alarm chili and their all-American hamburger. Jasper gets the chicken strips, and as we finish up lunch, my brother keeps going on about our waiter and how hot she was. I'm like, "Okay, go ask her on a date. Stop telling me about it." I guess I moved too quickly or something because the small piece of paper fell onto the ground. I looked at it and there was some numbers written down. They didn't seem like regular numbers because they were spaced out like coordinates with dots in between. I was like they got to be some sort of location. I go ahead and punch them in my rose gold iPhone, and it's to some location that's out there in the woods. It's maybe a few hours walk. So I think to myself, oh, cool, an adventure. I tell Jasper that we should go check it out. He says, I don't know, maybe. Then we realize that we're so busy thinking about lunch that we forgot to get the beer. We go back into town for the beer, and then we run into that same crazy guy, and he whispers something else in my ear. Except this time he tells me about a creature and says it only comes out once every 200 years to feed on the town. I thought that was strange, that crazy wasn't my Uncle Jack, but they both talked about a scary creature. What was going on here? Sure, it was just 2 people in the town talking about the creature, but it was still 2 people in the same town who had no relation to each other talking about a strange creature. Was it a coincidence? I had to find out. It started drizzling a little. I was wet, a little excited, and feeling anticipation of future events. Now we're heading back to Uncle Jack's house. The day is mostly over, and Uncle Jack's already nursing his sweet moonshine in his room, so we turn in for the day. I so badly want to talk to him about the strange man and the coordinates, but I know that he wants his peace and quiet for the evening. I drift off to sleep. The next day, we wake up and see no sign of Uncle Jack. We make some eggs and bacon, scarf our food down, and go work on the fort. Finishing the fort takes up most of the day. It's late in the evening now. I'm a little tired and I'm sitting down gazing off into the distance, and I get this weird sensation. I swear I see some red eyes peering back at me. Was it really there? Was my mind playing tricks on me? I don't know what to think. Jasper already thinks that I'm off on a wild goose chase, so I can't really tell him I saw these eyes. I know he won't believe me. I glanced down at my watch. It's around 8:30 p.m. It's time for us to go back to Uncle Jack's house, get some food, and we go to sleep. We're so tired, we don't even take a shower. We just eat and go straight to sleep. The next morning, we head back to town and eat breakfast at Henry's Melting Pot Madness. Jasper and I get out of the restaurant and run into the same crazy old man. He shuffles on past us, and I yell out that I think I saw red eyes in the woods last night. The crazy old man stops, slowly turns toward us, and asks, "Are you sure you saw blood-red eyes like you've never seen before, or are you yanking my chain?" I say yes. He steps back a little, almost fearful, and says, "Well, you two should consider yourself lucky that it didn't get you." I say, "Yeah, I guess," to the crazy old man. I told him that we were thinking about going to the coordinates that he had put on that paper and go see what's really out there. He said you must be very careful on your travels through the woods, and then he handed me some strange crystal. The crazy old man said that you may need it to open a door. I say, "Open a door?" He says, "Yes, but it's really like a portal. The crystal has been passed down to me by my ancestors, and only closing that portal for good is the only way to get rid of the creature forever." Jasper said, "Let's go." I can see that he's a little freaked out and interested in the adventure. Rolling my eyes, "Not today," I say. "We gotta get ready for this thing. We still got to get some supplies. Don't think we are going empty-handed to go face-to-face with this otherworldly creature. Remember, we can't tell Uncle Jack about this or he'll try and stop us." Jasper thinks about it and says that I'm right. I say we will have to go out there in a few days when the moon is just right this week. That's when that supposed creature should come out of its dwelling. I don't know why I said that out loud. For some reason, I have this feeling that it comes out during a specific time. Jasper breaks my train of thought and says, "Oh yeah, you know what's crazy. I heard that people around town have been coming up missing. What's strange is all of these places are close to the woods. That's weird, I think, is the creature somehow making the people walk in and never come back out. Did the crazy old guy have anything to do with this? What did he know? That's why we got to go into the woods and see if we can find any of the missing townspeople. We still have a few days till the moon is blood red. That's when the creature should really start attacking the townspeople," says the crazy old town guy. We went to my Uncle Jack's house and were aghast. All the stuff had been thrown around like a tornado had gone throughout the house. Jasper and I found a piece of paper. My uncle had written something down, and it was different coordinates than what the crazy old guy in town had given to me. So I go plug it into the GPS, and it's 3 hours south. This is going to be a long journey. We pack, go to sleep, and head out in the morning. As we are walking through the forest, we begin to hear some strange buzzing noises. Jasper and I are a little drained from the sun beating down on us. We stop and take a break. Jasper leans back and falls down a 7-effed hole. I cry out, "Jasper, are you hurt?" I hear nothing. It seems like forever. But then I hear him respond, "Jessica, help. I want to get out of here. Pull me out." I tell him, "Don't pass out. I'm getting something to pull you out with." I race around, find a long sturdy branch, and I pull him out. He only has some scrapes. I think he was just being melodramatic. I pull out my first aid kit and bandage him up. We set back our way. It starts to get late and we set up camp for the night. Jasper and I go ahead and take shifts to stay up just in case we might see the creature. He takes the first shift. I drift off for a little while. Suddenly I start to hear that buzzing noise again. As if under a trance, I slowly start walking that way and there before my eyes was a portal. I was shocked at first, but then I saw my uncle come out of the portal. It was my uncle, but then it was not. He had some different hair color. like maybe someone had made a copy of him or something. I had broken a branch. It made a loud noise, and that thing that looked like my uncle looked over and started running to the campsite. I start running too. I come back all drenched in sweat, and Jasper looks at me and asks, "Where the hell have you been?" Well, there was this buzzing noise, so I went checked it out, and I saw Uncle Jack, but it wasn't him. Jasper tells me, "Okay, Jessica, I believe you. Now try and go back to sleep." I tell him, "Are you serious? I can't go back to sleep after all of that." He says, "Okay, fine then. Just stay here and don't wander off now, okay?" Then he goes back into his tent. I glance down at my tactical romp 5000 watts. It's still 2 a.m., still a lot of time to maybe see the creature, I think to myself. Yet once again I start hearing that buzzing noise. I do my best to ignore it, but yet don't know how Jasper is still asleep. He can sleep through a tornado, I think. Suddenly a swarm of giant bees starts attacking us. Jasper's fully awake now. We do the only thing we can and go get in the river real fast to get the bees to stop chasing us. We get back to camp, dry our clothes out by the fire, get back in our tents, and fall asleep from exhaustion. The next morning we set on the directions to our uncle's coordinates. As we're walking, Jasper tells us that he saw the red eyes last night, but he did not want to worry me. I was like, "Come on, Jasper. You can't just keep that stuff to yourself, and you know we are hunting that thing, so please, when you see something, say something, say something." "Okay, Jasper, you know we are not that far from Uncle's coordinates." Jasper says, "I know, but you know it would be better if we just went ahead and crossed the river." Jessica says it would save us more time. "Okay, but where are we going to get a raft at?" "Well, we got to make one." "Okay, start looking for some wood and stuff." We make the raft with some branches and some twine from our supplies. Getting across the river was a task in itself, but we cross over. Now we've got to get through the thick forest. We still haven't seen much of the creature, but let's maybe keep it that way. Just as I say that, a creature grabs what seems like my uncle from a great distance and flies away, and Jasper falls off the raft. As I try and chase after him, yelling his name, "Jasper! Jasper!" Well, now we know that the creature might be going to his cave. But where's Jasper? I can't stick around for too long. The river gets cantankerous at this time. I start to head off, but mosquitoes are pretty bad, so I go ahead and spray his buzz off and hope that keeps the bugs at bay. I go and check the map, and I'm 30 clicks away from the coordinates. I have to climb a hill to get there. Now I am at a cave and see some dead bodies laying there. I almost pass out from the rancid smell. I think that they might be some of the missing townspeople that Rose the barkeep told us about the other day. I check their wallets and confirm that it is. There's one problem. I don't have the right supplies for this cave. As I think that, I see what looks like Jasper coming out of the woods nearby. I don't know if he sees me. He lies against an oak tree and falls asleep. I realize I need to rest too, but I can't stop thinking about my conversation with Rose, the barkeep from a few days ago. She told me to come with her downstairs, and she shows me another piece of crystal. I say, "Hey, it's like the one I got already." "Yes," Rose says, "but it does something whenever you put them together." Just then a strange noise emits from the other side of the cave. I focus on it for a little bit, but then I black out. I wake up a few hours later and see that it's Jasper, looking scared and startled. I ask him what happened, and he tells me he doesn't know if he believes it himself, but says, "I think I saw a portal. I saw Uncle Jack run out it. I tried to get his attention, but he couldn't hear me." I ask him, "Are you sure? You're not yanking my chain, are you?" He says no, I'm dead serious, and then glances over and asks where I got my other piece of crystal from. I tell him, remember when we went into town the other day? I talked to Rose, the barkeep, and she gave me this. I say as I show him the unique glowing piece of crystal. Rose told me about some ancient monster that her family has been protecting themselves against for generations, going all the way back to the 1600s. She told me the creature had long, thin arms, razor-sharp fingernails, and bony skeleton face with blood-red eyes. Rose thinks the creature is what is causing the disappearances and wants it to go back to where it came from once and for all. For some reason, she feels as if we are two special souls that share a similar resemblance to people within their family stories. She's saying that the events taking place are very similar to stories that were passed down for generations in her family. I wonder why us? What's so special about us? Jasper shrugs. But the truth is that we don't have time to wait and philosophize. We're running against nature here, as we only have 2 days to find the creature. Jasper and I start to move to the entrance of the cave. Ties some rope to a boulder and places his hard hat with a light on it, and he descends 150 feet down and hits the bottom of the cave. Then I drop the supplies down and enters the cave right behind him. I glance down at my crystals and I notice that they have a faint glow to them. I think it might be close by, I say. We walk for a few hours as we feel the wind somehow coming up and passing us. We get to a spot where we have to dive underwater to get past the next section of the cave. I say I will go first. But there's a current that's pulling us forward. First I put the supplies under. Then Jasper says, "Are you crazy putting the supplies first?" I say, "Trust me, they will be fine." We tied them all to the rope, so all we have to do is just pull them behind us when we go under. "Okay," says Jasper. "I won't take it all, but I will take half of the supplies, and you will take the other half." Jessica goes first, and all is well, and then Jasper goes, and then his belt gets caught. He has to cut it off, and he still manages to bring the supplies with him, all intact. I say I was beginning to worry you were not going to make it. I was about to go in after you. Then you popped up. Jasper says, "Now your crystal necklace is really glowing now." We waste no time and start to make a small fire. As we are laying by the fire and eating some food, I tell Jasper, "Hey, be quiet. Did you hear that, Jasper?" Jasper says, "What's that loud rumbling noise?" "Let's go and check it out." As we go down some of the narrow passages, Jasper says, "Look at those stalagmites. Those things are huge, 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 huge." It echoes off the cave walls. I say, "You hear that squeak, squeak, squeak? Look out!" A giant swarm of bats come rushing out of the tunnels, going up toward the surface. I yell out, "Rabies!" Echoes. "Rabies! Rabies!" As we duck and cover their faces, they look down the hole and see red eyes down the dark tunnel. We see them coming closer, so we quickly choose the cave to the left. We are going down the cave and keep hearing this strange noise. We look up to find a portal open. We look around and find that other small door that the crazy guy was talking about back in town. I run over to the small door and start putting in the first crystal. Then the monster runs over and grabs me, but then the necklace falls to the ground. Jasper starts yelling at the creature, but he just keeps walking away with me. I struggle, but I can't escape the monster. Jasper starts running toward us, and then our uncle comes out of nowhere and starts assaulting Jasper with his fists. Jasper is startled, but starts defending himself. Jasper was able to get a good hit on the side of Uncle Jack's head. Uncle Jack changes his stance. He's not fighting anymore and looks bewildered. "Where the heck am I?" Uncle Jack asks. Jasper tells him no time to explain. "Just follow me." Uncle Jack sees the necklace laying on the ground and picks it up. Jasper says the door to close all of this mayhem is not too far, and he sees that Jessica is knocked out. The monster tries to reopen the portal so he can take Jessica with him, but he has to have other crystal to fully go back to his planet. Uncle Jack and Jasper tries to run after her because she's the only one who knows the secret to really close it. They're walking down the dark tunnel with their headlamps on when Jasper looks down and finds another crystal, just like the one that Jessica had. He grabs it and it burns his hand. What the heck, Jasper says, and quickly bandages up his hand while grabbing it with a cloth. See, it does not burn you now, does it? He says to himself. No, I guess not, but it's still hot, says Jasper. Uncle Jack says hopefully, then soon before the blood moon, Jasper says, You mean we got to track back up to the surface? Yep, son of a bitch, Jasper says. Yeah, I know, kiddo, says Uncle Jack. As they're on their ascent back to the surface, they start to see some large cracks in the walls that were not before. Then all of a sudden, stuff starts falling off the top of the walls. Uncle says we had better start really running faster and faster. They're almost to the surface when all they have to do is just climb the rope back up. Jasper gets a hold of the rope back up. Jasper gets a hold of the rope and starts heading up. When the floor starts falling all around him, Uncle Lee says, Hurry up. Jasper starts going faster. He's about halfway when his uncle says that he does not think that he's going to make it, seeing how the floor is falling all around him. He yells to Jasper, Here, take my keys to the cabin and cars. Jasper says okay with tears falling down. His uncle gives one big throw, and Jasper reaches out and grabs them, and then starts climbing back to the surface as he gets there. He looks down one more time and sees the creature grab him and pull him back into the darkness. Jasper yells, You bastard, and starts heading to the graveyard. But before that, he goes over to the bar and looks for the barkeep. Someone says she's down in the cellar, and Jasper heads down that way as she's putting some wine away on the racks. She says, Jasper, what are you doing here? Where is your sister? Jasper, trembling with tears in his eyes, said that the creature has Jessica. I need your help, please. I don't know who else to turn to right now. Everyone else will think that I'm crazy. Rose the barkeep says, Okay, I'll help, but first you've got to calm down and take this shot with me. She pulled some cobweb bottle from out of this old wooden box and pulls out this dark red-looking liquid. Jasper asks her, What is that? Rose says, Don't worry about it. Just drink with me. Jasper says okay and takes the shot, starts feeling funny, and then passes out. He wakes up a few hours later and finds himself at the cemetery. Rose is standing there too. She sees that Jasper's awake and tells him to stay quiet. It's almost midnight. Look up at the sky. The moon is almost fully blood red. Out of nowhere, the creature appears. It has Jasper's sister, and wait, who is that? That's Uncle Jack. That's Uncle Jack. To Jasper's surprise, his uncle is still alive. Jasper's taken aback there by this strange-looking tombstone. Rose the barkeep takes quick action and says we've got to try and get over there and put our 2 remaining crystals over there into the tombstone. As we're shuffling down the rows of tombstones, Rose tells Jasper to run over with the 2 crystals and place them into the tombstone. He is the only one who can. He runs over and places crystals into the tombstone, and a big surge of energy comes out of nowhere and a portal appears. The strange creature is about to go through the portal, and Jessica starts to shuffle away. But for some reason, Uncle Jack grabs her and jumps into the portal. Jasper tries to reach for her arm, but it's too late. He asks the barkeep what he should do now. How can he get her back? Rose says that once the portal closes and the crystals unite, that's the end of the energy source. Jasper's unite, that's the end of the energy source. Jessica and the uncle are gone for good. Seems. This story that I'm about to share with you occurred all the way back in 2007 when I was visiting Yellowstone, along with some of my friends who were also interning there at the time. Hence why I came to visit. A few of them got to go on to do search and rescue, while others whom I believe just helped maintain peace and integrity in the park. And during my visit, my friends, whom I'll keep their names anonymous, were just beginning their internship. During the time, I really knew nothing about park rangers, other than them sitting in a tower or an office all day, or boringly patrolling around the entire park, looking for mischief, or maybe teenagers who weren't doing what they were supposed to do. But little did I know that it would have everything and anything to deal with things that go bump in the night, or things of a more supernatural nature. I wasn't exactly camping with my friends who were interning. Even though they were there with me, they had job stuff to do. So much of it involved me actually just kind of camping out by myself, while getting to hang out with them during the daytime, which was fine by me. I still had a lot of fun, but at nighttime, and keep in mind this wasn't my first camping experience, not only have I gone camping out in the woods by myself, but also in campgrounds with friends, family, and solo adventures. I've never experienced anything weird or out of the ordinary, so this whole thing was a first for me. On the very first night, I awoke to a strange light outside my tent. It was actually roughly 10 to 20 feet up in the air, right above my tent. I woke up and was very startled, thinking somebody was hanging a lantern or something. But after unzipping my tent and looking up, it appeared to be this bright orb, or what I can only describe, roughly the size of a tennis ball, just emanating a very soft, pale blue light. And just as soon as it appeared, it vanished, like somebody flicking the lights out. That definitely freaked me out. I ran back inside my tent and hid there as best I could from anything, and really didn't get that great of sleep that night. But can you blame me? So the following day I told my friends about it, the ones who had just started interning, and they both were quiet. They didn't say much about it. These were the same kind of guys who would mock me and make fun of me had I ever brought up aliens or UFOs or anything ghost-related. To have them be this quiet was very strange, but the day and the time did go on. So as it did, the second night came, and this time I was hoping I wouldn't see any strange balls of light. Now at this time, I did not believe in UFOs, ghosts, or anything of that nature at all, actually. I don't know if I would have considered myself an atheist, probably more agnostic than anything, but the idea of aliens or UFOs just seemed so far-fetched, even though I couldn't exactly explain a tennis ball-sized orb of light directly above my tent the night before. I still wasn't about to admit to alien life, and although I told my friends, they offered no input, other than uncomfortable glances staring down at the ground, trying to avoid any sort of reply they could. This just weirded me out more than it made me feel uncomfortable. So as I was saying, the second night came, and instead of any orbs of light, I was greeted with very strange sounds far off in the distance. It sounded like King Kong or some sort of crazy primate, except the sounds were much, much deeper. Now I know in Yellowstone there are all sorts of wildlife throughout. I mean, this entire state is very popular for that, but this just sounded like nothing from what I could ever imagine hearing. There's nothing in the United States wilderness to me that resembles the sound of a gorilla or any sort of primate whatsoever, especially ones with lungs that large and a voice that deep. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but it only appeared here and there, not all throughout the night, but parts. Very minimal and only when I was awake. So nothing happened and startled me awake, thank goodness. The following day came and went, and I never discussed in any detail whatsoever about the previous night that occurred with my friends. These sounds that I heard, although strange and were a little alarming, wasn't a deal breaker for me to leave. I tried to suppress any feelings I had about these weird things happening. Considering, well, they're not exactly normal. The third night, I had a pretty good night of sleep. Actually, I slept better than I have in months, it felt like. I slept like a rock. Probably for around 12 hours to be exact. The following day, same thing. Friends hung out, we did stuff just like every other day. And on the fourth night I slept again great. Now it was the fifth and final day and night is when stuff got a little out of hand. See, right before I turned in for the evening, a gentleman from a few campsites over came to me and said, "Hey, I don't mean to be alarming, but a little earlier, I saw a large bear, or what I thought to be a bear, walking upright, heading in your campsite's direction." I told him thank you, and I would closely be on the lookout. He walked away, and right then I wasn't exactly sure if the Yellowstone even had grizzly bears in the area, but that he obviously had some sort of bear sighting, and I should keep my eyes peeled. Well, I never saw anything until it was time for bed. I feel it's also important, too, to make note that in Yellowstone, I was in the Madison campground, which I think is the most northern part of the campground site, and there was actually very few people in it during this week, probably because this was through a Monday and Friday. At least I can assume there was a decent amount of people, but it was nowhere near full. In fact, I only had a few other people near my site. And by near, I mean several spots over. So I definitely had privacy, and at times during the night this occurred to me every night. I would have to pee really bad. So I'd get up out of my tent, and instead of going to the bathrooms, I would run into the woods, which were close by, into my business. At 2 o'clock in the morning, with nothing but a headlamp. It managed to work pretty good. Because, well, you're surrounded in darkness, and nobody else around is looking for you. So it's nice, and that's exactly the perfect seg to take you into exactly what happened. I get up on the very fifth night, probably 1 in the morning, and head over to the same trees that I've been going to every other night. But this time, as I'm approaching it, something felt off, and in my sleep stupor, I never once thought about the orb of light or the weird gorilla noises I was hearing, or just how I managed to get the best night of sleep in my life the other few nights, and instead I felt a very familiar feeling, like I was being watched from the woods, like the direction I was going to was dangerous. The bathrooms were easily double the distance in the opposite direction, which is why I went for the woods anyway, but I just said screw it and kept going into the woods. I only went maybe 10 feet in, and at that point, I invent myself being very alert to the sounds and things around me. And even though I was still feeling watched, I couldn't exactly see a source of who was watching me. I did have my headlamp on, a one that just drops around your head. I'm not talking about a full helmet headlamp, so I was looking around and couldn't see anything, until I turned just enough to my right, and that was met with a reflection of eyes on a very large dark shape. It almost appeared to be gorilla-like, but not quite. It was man-like as well. It's really hard to tell when you're in the forest because there's brush and trees in the way, but all I saw was the eye reflection attached to a large black silhouette, the shape of a gorilla or a man, but much, much bigger. I screamed, quickly zipped up midstream, and ran back to my tent as fast as I could. unsure of what to do. Should I tell somebody? Should I try and protect myself? I wasn't sure, so I hid in my tent the rest of the night. Again, just like the first night with the orb, except this time way more terrified. Had I just seen a Bigfoot? I wasn't sure, but I'd seen something. I didn't sleep at all that night either, and the morning came. I felt my adrenaline was really wearing low, and I felt exhausted. I feel like I had to call my trip quits since this was the day I was planning on leaving anyway. I met up with my buddies, hopped up on at least 3 cups of coffee just to try and endure my lack of sleep. I came clean and told them what I saw last night. And just like after the first night, they both went quiet and then asked me if I could keep something on the down low. I agreed. They both pulled me aside and they both told me that on their first couple days they saw really weird things in the sky. Orbs, triangles, strange shapes they can't identify. Black dark, huge humanoid silhouettes running through the woods. Yellow glowing eyes chasing them, running parallel. All sorts of super freaky fictionist stuff, except in their case they were terrified when retelling it. And these dudes are duds I went to high school with. Dudes who are super serious. Science diehards, the kind of guys who, as I told you earlier, would make fun of you if you ever said you knew or saw a ghost. These guys were absolutely scared, and I've never seen them so scared of my life. But I asked them, is the job worth it? They said yes, because it only happened a few times. But obviously me bringing it up made them very uncomfortable, and almost served as a reminder to them that it's a very real part of their job. Now if we fast forward now to 2020, both of them, to my knowledge, are still working as full-time park rangers. Although with COVID, I'm not exactly sure how that's worked out for much of the environmental field of work. Maybe they're not working there anymore. I think the one stayed with Yellowstone up until at least 2020. Again, I'm assuming COVID has put a dent in things. The other one I think eventually transferred or moved states. I'm not sure, maybe to Pennsylvania or New York, possibly Virginia. I lost contact with him, but as far as I know, he still works as a ranger, because they both just enjoy the work, I guess. And even though there is weird things to the job, they love the sights, they love the sounds, and ultimately they loved being immersed in nature. 24/7 is a part of their occupation, even though sometimes that occupation has some very strange payoffs that you have to do. I guess the question here is, did they see the same thing I did? Because when they told me about their experiences, I didn't have much to say. I mean, conversation kind of just passed and changed subjects. But I think about it from time to time, and listening to your Bigfoot encounters and your park ranger stories always brings me back to that week. I wonder if I too saw a Sasquatch out there. I know nothing of the Bigfoot population in Yellowstone, or if that even is such a thing. And I also wonder, did my 2 friends see Bigfoots? I'm not exactly sure. I mean, for all I know, there could be a clan of them living out here. And maybe, just maybe, one was curious enough to sneak up on me that night to see what I was doing. When I said I was feeling watched, there wasn't a feeling of danger like hostile behavior, or that I was going to die, maybe assuming how Bigfoots are, I was just being observed. When I showed my headlamp that night and saw the silhouette, it was probably somewhere 30 to 50 feet away, behind some trees and brush. This was June, after all, which is yet another reason I was so surprised that even though during the week it was so empty compared to normal, even my friends made that comment, that they figured there'd be a lot more people, which again would also make sense that there wouldn't be as much activity or sightings. More people, less Bigfoot around, assuming that's what I saw. Anyway, I don't want to try and jumble on my words here. Please don't hesitate if you have any questions. I would love to get you answers as soon as I can. Hello, sons and daughters. Park rangers are kind of people who always find the most disturbing things. Dead hikers, stairs in the woods, or see unexplained creatures. Today's episode will feature, among others, few ranger stories, so I hope you'll love it. Anyhow, wrap a blanket around your shoulders, take a sip of something warm, and let's watch the shadows get a little longer together. Let's go. I never thought much about the deep woods, not in the way some folks do, with tales of monsters lurking in the shadows or whispers of ancient spirits hanging between the trees. As a forest ranger in New Hampshire, I spent my days maintaining trails, checking wildlife populations, and ensuring that campers weren't leaving their trash behind. It was a simple job, steady, solitary, and full of routine. That was until the last few months when things changed. My name is Nathan Hayes, and I've been stationed at White Mountain National Forest for the better part of 10 years. It's a place that holds an unspoken beauty, vast and untouched by the chaos of the outside world. But lately it's felt different, like the trees themselves were hiding something, a presence that wasn't there before. It's hard to explain, but anyone who spends enough time in the woods knows that nature can change its mood, sometimes for the worse. I've seen all kinds of wildlife in my time, deer, moose, the occasional black bear. But lately there's been something else. It started with missing hikers, then a few odd animal carcasses that didn't quite look right. They were torn apart, sure, but not in the way you'd expect from a predator. It was almost as if they were disassembled, like some force had shredded them for reasons beyond nature's appetite. The first time I encountered it, I thought it was a bear, a huge one. The tracks were massive, bigger than any I'd seen before. And then there was the smell. It was thick, rancid, like rot and decay had taken root in the soil itself. But when I followed the tracks, they led me to something I wasn't prepared for. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I had ever seen before. I found the carcass of a deer, its bones exposed, skin torn in strange patterns. But what caught my attention was the markings on the ground around it, deep claw-like impressions that dug into the earth with an unnatural force. There was something wrong about the way they were arranged, as if the earth itself had been disturbed by something more than just a predator's hunger. I radioed into headquarters that afternoon, but no one believed me. Not at first. I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. I mean, it's easy to let your mind wander out there, especially after a few days alone in the wilderness. But when I started hearing the strange noises in the night, grunts, low growls that didn't sound quite right, I knew I wasn't imagining things. There was something out there, and it was getting closer. The incident with the deer wasn't a one-off. Over the next few weeks, I began noticing other signs, small but undeniable. A hiker's abandoned campsite found deep in the woods, but with no sign of struggle, just a half-eaten meal left behind. A pair of boots, unscathed but discarded as if the owner had simply vanished into thin air. And most unsettling of all, the faint tracks that seemed to appear out of nowhere, leading into the darkest corners of the forest. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was something else. But the longer I worked in the park, the more I felt like I was being watched. It wasn't just the unease in my gut. It was a sensation that crawled over my skin, a tingle on the back of my neck that never seemed to go away. That's when I started to notice it. Something wasn't just lurking in the shadows of the forest. It was studying me, and the deeper I ventured, the more I realized it had learned to follow. My coworkers thought I was imagining things. "Nathan, you've been out there too long," one of them said during a meeting. "The forest plays tricks on the mind. It's a quiet place. you start hearing things. I could hear the skepticism in his voice, the way he dismissed my concerns as paranoia. It was easier for them to think that way. They didn't spend their nights alone in the woods, listening to the unnerving whispers that seemed to come from all directions. But something was happening in the woods. I could feel it in my bones. Then came the first fatality. A local man, mid-30s, an experienced hiker. His body was discovered near the cliffs, twisted and mangled beyond recognition. The authorities called it a bear attack, but I wasn't convinced. Bears don't leave that kind of mess. There were no claw marks, no bite marks, just deep, strange gashes as if something had sliced him open. I decided to investigate further, against the advice of the others. I went back to the cliffs where the body had been found. The area was eerily quiet, too quiet. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt. As I approached the cliff's edge, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A set of massive footprints embedded in the soft earth near the drop. The tracks were unmistakable. No animal had made these. The way they curved, the distance between each step, it was almost like a person was walking, but with a gait too wide, too unnatural. I knelt down, inspecting the prints carefully, when something shifted in my peripheral vision. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing. Just the trees swaying in the wind, the rustle of leaves. Then came the growl, a low noise that vibrated in my chest. It was so close I could feel the hairs on my neck stand at attention. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. My instinct screamed at me to run, but something held me in place. Something told me that if I left now, I might never get the chance to come back. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, waiting for whatever it was to reveal itself. The growl lingered in the air, thick and oppressive, like a weight pressing against my chest. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was hard. My heart hammered in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn and flee back to the safety of my truck and the trailhead, but I couldn't. I had to know what was out there. I had to understand what was hunting us. And then I saw it. At first, it was just a blur, something large moving between the trees at the edge of my sight. But as it came closer, the shape became clearer. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I could identify. The creature was tall, impossibly so, its body long and sinewy, covered in a patchwork of dark fur and mottled skin. Its face was an almost human, like masked but twisted with sharp pointed features that didn't belong in the natural world. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were black pits, devoid of any emotion, yet they held an intelligence that sent a chill down my spine. I staggered back, instinctively raising my hand to shield my eyes from the creature's stare. It didn't move toward me right away. Instead, it just watched, quiet, still, like a predator waiting for its prey to make the first move. I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. What could I even say? I knew it wasn't a bear, not a wolf, or any other animal I'd studied in my time as a ranger. This was something entirely new, something terrifying. The creature's growl turned into a hiss, a sound that felt more like a warning than an invitation. My thoughts raced. Should I run? Should I shout for help? I knew deep down that any help would be too far away. The nearest town was miles away, and even if I screamed, no one would hear me. The forest had swallowed countless hikers before, their disappearances written off as misfortune. But this felt deliberate. It was then that I realized this thing was hunting us. It wasn't just defending its territory or looking for food. It was targeting people, and the way it moved, so fluid and unnerving, it was almost as if it had been studying us, learning our patterns. I backed up slowly, not wanting to make a sudden movement. My eyes never left the creature. It tilted its head as if curious about my retreat, but it didn't chase, not yet. As I turned to leave, my foot caught on a rock, and I stumbled, sending a sharp crack through the silence. The creature's eyes narrowed, its growl deepening into something primal, something that felt ancient. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I ran. I didn't look back until I reached my truck, panting, heart racing. When I slammed the door shut and locked it, I realized I had barely escaped with my life. The creature had let me go, but for how long? I had to warn others. I couldn't let this thing continue to kill. But the question nagged at me. What if no one believed me? What if I couldn't stop it? I couldn't shake the image of those black, empty eyes staring at me from the trees. I tried to tell myself I'd misinterpreted what I saw, that it was just another bear or some kind of animal, a shadow in the corner of my vision. But deep down I knew what I'd encountered wasn't a mistake. It was real. It was out there, and it was hunting. I made my way to the ranger station, trying to force some semblance of normality into my mind. I couldn't go straight to the police. No one would believe me. Who would? A forest ranger, a guy who spends his days in the woods talking about a creature no one had ever heard of. No, I had to figure this out on my own first. I needed more proof. The rest of the day passed in a haze, the hours blending together as I went through the motions of my duties. My hands were shaking too much to be of much use, but I pushed through. My radio crackled intermittently, but I didn't listen. I was too focused on the trail. The prints I'd found by the cliff kept pulling at my mind. There had to be more. Something I missed, something to confirm that what I saw wasn't just a product of my fear. That night I gathered my gear and decided to head back to the cliffs. The full moon cast a cold, ghostly light over the forest, and every snap of a twig felt like a threat. I wasn't going to wait around anymore, waiting for something else to happen. I had to act. I had to see it for myself, whatever it was. As I approached the cliffs again, the air felt thicker, almost suffocating. The silence hung like a shroud over the landscape. No rustling of leaves. No distant calls of animals. It was as though the world had gone still. My breath was shallow, the weight of something unseen pressing in on me. I reached the edge where I'd seen those strange prints earlier, and looked down into the dark abyss below. The wind howled through the trees, and for a moment I thought I heard something else, a whisper. I leaned in closer, squinting into the darkness, and then I saw it. A figure almost too far to be real, moving in the shadows. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't just one figure. It was two, or maybe more. They moved in a way that was inhuman, not like animals, but something else entirely. Their shapes shifted and blended with the night, like ghosts, only more solid. One of them turned its head, and I caught the flash of eyes. Those black, pitiless eyes. It knew I was there. The creature took a step forward, its form materializing slowly from the dark. It was the same one I had seen before, the same twisted shape, but now I could see the details clearer. Its skin was slick, stretched tight over its bones, like something not entirely alive, but not quite dead either. Its mouth twisted in a jagged, toothless grin that sent a shudder through me. My legs felt heavy, but I forced myself to move back. Slowly at first, then faster, until I was running again. This time I didn't stop until I was back at the station, my chest heaving, my mind spinning. I hadn't just stumbled upon it by accident. The creature knew where I was, and it was waiting for me. This wasn't just a random attack. This thing had been hunting, studying, and now it was aware of me. It wasn't going to let me walk away again. I couldn't stay at the ranger station any longer. It felt too exposed, too vulnerable. The creature, or creatures, were out there watching, waiting for the right moment. I knew it wasn't just a random predator anymore. It was intelligent. It was calculating. And now it knew I was a threat, a potential obstacle in its path. If I stayed put, I was as good as dead. I packed my gear, what little I could gather in my frantic state, and made my way out of the station, heading for my truck. But as I drove, the road seemed to stretch on forever, the miles growing longer and the tension thicker. Every tree, every shadow felt like an extension of that malevolent force, watching me. I glanced in my rearview mirror more times than I could count, half expecting to see something lurking in the dark behind me. It wasn't until I reached the edge of the park that I realized I couldn't leave. Not really. I was being driven by fear, yes, but there was something else gnawing at me, something I couldn't ignore. People were missing, people were dead, and no one had a clue what was really out there. I thought of the others, hikers, campers, families who had come to the park with no idea what awaited them. I couldn't just drive away and leave them to face whatever this thing was. It was my job to protect these woods, and damn it, I wasn't going to let that thing turn it into its hunting ground. I pulled over at the nearest service station and made a call. It was late and the phone rang longer than I liked, but eventually the voice on the other end picked up. "Nathan, it's late. What's going on?" It was Marla, a fellow ranger. I had worked with her for years, and she was the only person who might believe me. "Marla, you have to listen to me. There's something out here, something that's killing people. It's not a bear or a wolf. It's something. Something else." I could feel the panic rising in my chest again, and I forced myself to calm down. "I need help. I can't do this alone." There was silence on the other end of the line. Then finally a quiet voice replied, "I know. I've been hearing the same reports. Strange things happening in the woods. People are disappearing and the animals are acting. Wrong. But what you're talking about, Nathan, it doesn't sound possible." "I know," I said, my voice shaky. "But it's real, Marla. I've seen it. I don't know what it is, but I can't let it keep killing people. Please, you have to help me." There was another long pause before she spoke again. "All right, I'll gather a team, but we need to move quickly. We need to make sure we're ready for whatever's out there." I hung up, and for the first time in days, I allowed myself a small breath of relief, but I knew it was just the beginning. Whatever we were facing, it wasn't something any of us had prepared for. The team went silent, each of us holding our breath, listening. The growl came again, followed by something else. A screeching, scraping sound like nails against stone. The ground trembled underfoot, and then from the darkness ahead it emerged. The creature stepped out from behind the trees, its tall, skeletal form silhouetted against the dying light. Its eyes glowed like twin coals, burning with malice and hunger. It was no longer just a shadow in the distance. It was here, and it was coming for us. I reached for my rifle, but my hands were shaking. I wasn't ready for this. None of us were. The creature's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and it let out a terrifying screech that echoed through the woods. I fired first, the shot ringing out in the silence, but it barely seemed to faze the creature. It leaped toward us with inhuman speed, its claws raking the air. "Fall back!" I shouted, my voice hoarse. "Get behind the trees! Keep moving!" Marla and the others scrambled, weaving through the forest in a disorganized retreat, but I couldn't pull away. I couldn't leave. I had seen what this thing was capable of, and I couldn't let it have the woods. The people who lived here, the hikers, the campers, they were counting on us. I steadied my rifle, taking aim at the creature's chest. It was fast, too fast, its movements erratic, unpredictable. But I had to try. I squeezed the trigger again, and this time the bullet found its mark. The creature screeched, its form staggering back, but it wasn't enough. The shot had wounded it, but not enough to kill it. But then I noticed something. The creature was losing its focus. Its attacks were becoming erratic, its snarls more frantic. The others had taken cover, and they were firing back in unison now, forcing the creature to dodge, to retreat into the shadows for a moment. I had one shot, one chance. I aimed once more, targeting its head. My hand was steady now, the adrenaline sharpening my senses. I exhaled slowly and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out. For a brief moment, everything went still. And then the creature collapsed, its body crumpling to the ground with a sickening thud. Its limbs twitched once, twice, and then fell still. The eerie glow in its eyes faded, leaving only darkness. We stood there for a long moment, stunned, not knowing whether to breathe or to keep our guard up. It was over. We had done it. Against all odds, we had taken down the creature that had been hunting us. Marla exhaled, lowering her rifle. "It's over," she whispered. "We did it." But I knew it wasn't just the creature we had beaten. We had fought for something bigger, something that protected the lives of those who came to these woods, who trusted us to keep them safe. I felt a deep, strange... Dave, a co-worker of mine now living in Springfield, Oregon, was in his early 50s. Back in the early 70s, he was a member of the Free Souls Motorcycle Club. In the summer of 1972, a group of us bikers refurbished an old, broken-down mining cabin in the Bohemia district. The cabin was in a very remote, thickly forested area, accessible only after a 1.5-mile bushwhack up a creek from the logging road that parallels Sharps Creek. There was no road into the cabin, so we had to bring in supplies on foot. The area was honeycombed with abandoned mine shafts, and the nearest human habitation was dozens of miles away. It took us most of the summer to rebuild the cabin, but we did a good job, even managing to pack in a wood stove. Once it was complete, my wife, another couple, and I decided to spend the night there. The first time any of us had stayed overnight at the cabin. Late that first night, all hell broke loose. We first heard very heavy pounding on the outside walls of the cabin, followed by pounding on the front door that went on for several minutes. Fearing the door would burst open, we retreated to the loft and pulled the ladder up after us. The 2 men in our group aimed rifles at the door, ready to shoot whoever came through. The pounding eventually stopped, but not long after, we could hear the sounds of our woodshed being torn apart. The woodshed was about 100 feet from the cabin. When that noise finally ceased, we stayed up for the rest of the night, discussing what we thought had been a bear attack. In the morning, we found the woodshed completely destroyed, with firewood scattered everywhere. What was really curious, though, was that 2 large chainsaws had been thrown or carried off into the forest and were found a couple of 100 feet from the cabin. It seemed like pretty strange behavior for a bear. Soon after, the Forest Service discovered the cabin and evicted us. The cabin was razed, considering the many abandoned mine shafts in the area, and knowing that Bigfoot is thought to use such places as shelters. Perhaps Dave and his friends had just received a visit from the local welcome wagon. Maybe the old residents didn't appreciate their new neighbors. After all, you know what humans do to property values. Seriously, though, this area with its abandoned mines might be a good place for someone with more guts than I have to go looking for Bigfoot. I was about 10 or 11 years old and lived in a trailer park in San Antonio. We had a huge field in the back with a square trail. One evening, my mom and I were heading out for our usual walk. We were just about 3 feet away from where the trail begins, pretty close. But before we could get there, we saw 3 creatures emerge from the tall grass and move to the other side, disappearing back into the grass. From what I could see, the creatures were each about 3 feet tall. I only saw them from the side since they didn't know we were there. They had a reddish tint, a weirdly plump nose, and a big belly. They were all the same height and appeared to be the same type of creature. They made a snickering laugh as they crossed. I also think they had wings or something black on their backs, and a small tail with a point at the end. We were frozen watching them pass by. I ran back home to my grandma and told her about it. My mom soon followed. That night, I watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and never went back to that area as a child. Now that I'm away from there, I've always searched online for answers, looking at Google Images, hoping to find a picture that matches what I saw. It's always intrigued me. Do you have any idea what they might have been? This is something I encountered when I was about 9 years old in late 2005 or early 2006, so my memory is a little fuzzy on the details. We had moved into a modular home, like a trailer but on an actual brick foundation, in a rural area of Virginia in the summer of 2004. It was me, my mom, my dad, my older sister, her husband and their child, my niece. I often stayed home alone after school and on weekends since everyone had to work and my niece went to a babysitter's house. It wasn't a big deal because my grandma lived right across the driveway from us. We lived down a long gravel driveway off the main road. I can't remember exactly when this happened, but it was after my dad died in April 2005. One day I was home alone after school, watching the Weekenders on Toon Disney with my little Peking Z's, and Poodle Mix, Clyde, in my lap while eating some pizza rolls. All of a sudden, our huge, and when I say huge, I mean this dog had no business being as big as he was considering, his mixed breeds, Golden Lab and Boxer mix, Rudy, who was chained in the backyard, started barking. It wasn't his usual, hey, I'm out of food and water or squirrel bark. It was a violent, scary bark. I looked out the sliding glass door to the backyard and saw him at the end of his chain, trying to break loose and get at something in the woods. I couldn't see what he was trying to get at until suddenly a creature walked out of the woods and stopped right at the tree line. It was about 4 feet tall, walked on all fours, had a body similar to a bear, and was covered in brown fur. But its face was the most distinct feature. It was solid white and completely flat. It had 2 black slits where its eyes would be, no visible nose, and its mouth just hung open. A black void with no tongue or teeth that I could see from where I was. When it looked in my direction, I was overcome with fear and dread. I started to shake uncontrollably. Before I could even get off the couch to use the landline to call my mom, the creature slowly backed into the woods. Rudy continued to bark and growl the entire time it was standing there, which was about 2 minutes, and for at least 10 minutes after it disappeared from my sight, before he finally calmed down. I called my mom, my sister, my brother-in-law, my aunt and uncle, who lived behind my grandma, and then my grandma, before someone answered. She told me to walk over, but I was too scared to go outside, so she came and got me. As a kid, I called it a white-faced anteater, and my family dismissed it as me seeing things, even though my dog had seen it too, and was trying to get to it. My uncle said it was probably a big-ass possum, but I knew well enough what a possum looked like, and it wasn't that. To this day, I'm 23 now. I still have nightmares where all I see is this thing standing in my yard at the tree line staring at me. I always wake up screaming and sweating, and my girlfriend has to console me. Has anyone ever seen anything similar to what I described? I'd be interested to hear about your encounters and stories. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and have a good day. My dad and uncle skirted the ridge to the right where we had spotted a deer. Being young, 15, they sent me over the top, and my mom walked back down the road, skirting the ridge on the left. I got over the top and noticed some tracks in the duff. They were very large, about 1.5 times my size 11 boot, and were about 5-6 foot apart, but indistinct. I followed them to my left and found a few that exhibited toes. I started to get nervous, but kept following them until I saw my mom's red hat. I signaled her to come here. When she saw the tracks, she said, "Let's get back to the truck." The road was only about 50 yards away, and we followed the tracks to where they met the road, and we saw a scat pile that was quite large, bigger than your average bear scat. It had berries in it like a bear sometimes does, but was big. Going down the cut bank on the road, we were right where the large rock was in the road, and there was no sign that it had rolled down the cut bank. The hair was standing up on the back of my neck now as we hustled up the road to the truck. I saw my dad and uncle up the hill, so I started to walk up there and discovered a track in a bare area that was very well defined and marked it with my hat. I showed them and they were amazed. On the way out, I showed them where it had crossed the road. We all saw this and had no other explanation except the big guy. I was out for one of my regular walks through the woods behind my house, the kind of peaceful stroll I usually take to clear my head. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant chirping of birds. Everything seemed normal until I heard something, a noise that didn't belong. It was a low, grating sound, like something heavy scraping against bark. Curiosity got the better of me, and I turned to look deeper into the woods. That's when I saw it, a figure standing about 2 meters tall, a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast. It stood on 2 legs like a human, but its entire body was covered in thick, matted fur. Its head, though, was the most unsettling part. It was like a dog's head, but larger and more menacing. I froze for a split second, my heart pounding in my chest. The dogman seemed to be watching me, its eyes glowing faintly in the dappled light filtering through the trees. Instinct took over. I turned and bolted, my feet pounding against the forest floor, branches and underbrush snapping in my wake. I didn't dare look back, but the sound of heavy, uneven footsteps behind me was unmistakable. Whatever it was following me, its pursuit loud and relentless. My mind raced, calculating how long it would take to get home. I could hear the creature closing in, but I pushed my fear aside and focused on putting as much distance between us as possible. As I neared the edge of the woods, the sound of the creature's footsteps seemed to falter. I dared a quick glance back and saw nothing, just the familiar darkness of the forest. The creature had stopped following me, but I didn't slow down until I was safely inside my house, the door locked tight behind me. Breathing heavily, I leaned against the wall, trying to calm my racing heart. The silence of my home was a stark contrast to the terror I'd just experienced. I couldn't shake the image of that creature from my mind, its fur-covered body and that horrifying dog-like head. Whatever it was, it had been real and it had been close. This is a true story. What do you think? It was just after 2 a.m. on Sunday, March 9, when I found myself navigating the winding roads back to my place in Glengarry, Nova Scotia. The party in town had been a blur of laughter and music, but the quiet of the countryside was a welcome contrast. As I drove along, my headlights cut through the darkness, revealing the familiar stretch of road. Out of nowhere, a deer leapt across the road, moving with a speed that almost defied belief. It darted from the left side, skimming across the asphalt and down a steep embankment with an agility that left me momentarily stunned before I could process what I had just witnessed. Another figure burst into view. The creature that followed was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was massive, bounding after the deer with a primal ferocity. Just as it neared the edge of the embankment, it stood upright on its back legs. The moment felt frozen in time. The creature's eyes reflected the headlights of my car, glowing with an unnatural intensity. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the darkness, leaving me in stunned silence. The following morning, I was still shaken by the encounter when I heard about another grim discovery. A local farmer, name withheld for privacy, had found a cow dead in the field behind his barn. The sight was gruesome. The cow had been eviscerated, with chunks of meat torn away, leaving a horrifying mess behind. Tracks of immense size led from the carcass into the surrounding woods covered in blood. Glengarry, with its sparse population and dense forest, isn't exactly known for its wildlife disturbances. It's the sort of place where you might hear complaints from hunters about a persistent feeling of being watched, but nothing like this had ever been reported before. The woods here are vast and shadowed, and the thought of something lurking just beyond the tree line had always been the stuff of local legend. In an attempt to get to the bottom of these unsettling events, a small survey of the area around the sighting site was conducted. We found a few deer tracks, and just off the road, down the steep bank, there was a reddish smear that could have been blood. However, the treacherous terrain made it impossible to collect any samples. Anyway, this creature looked like Dogman, so I decided to share this encounter with your channel. Incident described below happened about ago, late September in Root Medicine Bow National Forest, Colorado. I like campgrounds in the off-season when it isn't crowded. Girlfriend and I went to our favorite federal campground, located about 10 air miles from the previous incident, but you'd need to cross a mountain in the park range, so distance seems greater. Campground is only open a few months a year as it's located above 10K feet. Average snowfall is 350 inches, so it's usually snowed in. It's crowded during summer, but rarely anybody around midweek during off-season. There is usually a campground host parked in an RV around to help people with firewood, etc. He's an old man, I know, and he wasn't there. Typical federal campground where you put $12 in an envelope and drop it in a strong box. There are 2 loops surrounded by campsites with a particular site that is our favorite as it's further off the perimeter and private. Odd when we arrived because we were literally the only people there. No host or other campers anywhere, so we were stoked about having the place to ourselves. Did the usual truck camping setup with tent, firewood, cooler, books, and other items. We wouldn't carry backpacking. Walked around the campground and didn't see anybody the entire time, which was a little strange but not concerning. Built a fire and sat around enjoying the evening. Gorgeous fall weather with leaves falling and crunching when you walk. Those of you who camp know the sound of a fire and leaves rustling in the wind. It's my favorite season in the woods, and this was an above-average night. Eventually retired to our tent, and I don't know what time it was. It was our big truck camping tent, not a small backpacking tent, so we could move around some. Laying in the tent reading, and she falls asleep before me. Should say there is no way a vehicle could pull into this place and not be heard because it was so peaceful. Listening to the leaves blow and thinking about what a privilege it is to be here. Wide awake and not tired enough to sleep. Got up a few times to check the fire embers. Sometime probably after midnight, I'm laying in my sleeping bag reading, and I hear something walking around. There are deer, elk, moose, lions, and bears moving around in the fall, so I wasn't immediately alarmed. No grizzlies in Colorado since the 70s at least. That is what most people think. Some scientists disagree and say there might be a few remaining in the San Juan Mountains. Black bears don't scare me unless they're acting aggressive. Familiar with a bull moose in the area that I've been seeing for years. Stopped reading and listened carefully. Could hear the leaves blowing, but also something walking on the leaves. It was getting closer to the tent when I realized it was bipedal. Immediate fear was different than what I described in the previous incident where I was shaking, sweating and fleeing. Remember my heart racing and running for my life. This time I froze, couldn't take a breath, heart beating out of my chest like I'm hiding. Trying not to move or make a sound as I hear it walking around the tent, unmistakably walking on 2 legs because the dry fallen leaves accentuate every step. Never considered waking my girlfriend. Terrified in a calm rather than panicked way. Laying there trying not to move, unable to take a deep breath, considering what the F is walking around the tent. We all know how different sized people sound walking on dry leaves. 225-pound man sounds different than a little girl. The creature walking around the tent was huge. Could tell from footsteps, and I was petrified. Didn't have a gun, but did grab a good-sized knife and held on to it knowing it was useless. Now this is where it gets terrifying, as if it wasn't enough already. I'm laying there waiting for this Mother Ebb to leave, hoping I hear whatever it is walking away from the tent and campsite. Nope, it starts getting closer. Hear it walking towards the tent, and I'm breathless with fear, literally waiting for something to grab us, paralyzed with fear as I remember I couldn't move. Getting out of the tent was never an option. Moon was relatively full, so when it approached, I saw a huge shadow of a creature standing up through the tent fabric. Could hear it breathing on the tent. It was standing directly above, looking at me through the tent. It was without a doubt bipedal. Stood over me for a few minutes. Then I hear it walk away from the campground, back into the utterly vast wilderness. Couldn't sleep. Listened all night until sunrise. Didn't tell my girlfriend right away, but started packing up our shit to get the F out of there immediately. Looked around and didn't see footprints, but the leaves were thick on the ground, so wouldn't be easy to see. Packing up, I noticed still nobody else in the campground. I know it wasn't a deer, elk, moose, lion, or bear. Could have been a huge man, but where the F did he come from and where did he go? I know it wasn't a man. It didn't want to harm us. I know because I was vulnerable laying there and it could have easily killed us. Thought about it and wonder if this is connected to the previous incident I described. Was I fleeing from something like this before? But being stalked, what if it has the powers that some of you describe, like interdimensional extraterrestrial with cloaking and mimicking ability? Could this be what is taking people? There are other documented missing 411 cases in the area, as we are in or near a cluster. One case in particular comes to mind that I'm not sure is covered in a missing 411 book. Same general area where a few years ago an experienced hunter went missing in September from a group of several men from out of state, apparently experienced and familiar with the area. Man goes missing, search and rescue. Look everywhere for a few days. Man found later dead in place, already searched. No clear cause of death. I know one of the search and rescue people, and he said it was really weird since they searched where he was found relatively close to camp. Did this man piss off whatever was watching me? What the F is happening? Finally, to help give context to the setting, I'm sure some of you will say it was a man. This is a vast wilderness in one of the more remote areas of the lower 48. I encourage people to look at a map of Route Medicine Bow National Forest in the Zirkle Wilderness. This particular campground is isolated. There is an approximately 3/4 mile drive down a dirt road off the main road to the campground, so you hear vehicles approaching. There's nothing but vast, expansive wilderness in the direction from which it came and went. I'm increasingly thinking that this incident is related to the first. Seen some strange things in the woods, but wasn't at any point in fear for my life, but twice. I'm 54 and spent most of my life exploring backcountry without anything too frightening happening until about 3 years ago. It's all right if you don't believe me or offer an opposing point of view. Not trying to convince anybody of anything. Lastly, this wilderness isn't like Georgia or Ohio, where you'll eventually run into civilization if you keep walking in any direction. You could walk for weeks and many miles without seeing anything but backcountry. November 1, 2009. Was the kind of night where the cold air seemed to creep in from every direction, no matter how tightly we zipped up our jackets. My wife and I had set up camp at Boiling Springs Campground near Crouch, Idaho, about 20 miles up road, 69-8. The place was remote, serene, and tonight eerily quiet. We were the only campers there, and it was already dark when I noticed the first odd thing. Around 8 p.m., we saw something moving between the trees, between our campsite and the restrooms. At first it looked like a shadow, just a dark silhouette swaying back and forth in the clearing. The movement was peculiar, almost rhythmic, as if whatever it was had a deliberate pace. I tried to make out what it was, but the shadows were too deep. The thing stopped swaying occasionally and seemed to be looking straight at us through the gap in the trees. My wife and I exchanged glances. We couldn't figure out if it was a person or some kind of animal, but we were the only ones for miles around. The isolated silence of the place didn't help, amplifying every rustle and creak. We shrugged it off, attributing it to the play of shadows or perhaps someone else camping nearby. But that idea was quickly dismissed when no one else arrived and the figure didn't reappear. Fast forward to October 30, 2010, and the chills from the previous year hadn't entirely faded. We returned to the same spot. This time the air was thick with an unsettling atmosphere. Around 10 p.m. we decided to pack up and leave. Something about the area was making us increasingly uneasy. As we were breaking down our gear, we heard it. A sound like a massive boulder being dropped from a great height, hitting the ground with a resounding thud. It wasn't the sound of a rock rolling or crashing. It was like it was hurled from above. We scanned the darkness but saw nothing. There were no smells, no immediate signs of anything amiss except for some possible tracks we'd seen a month prior while hunting nearby large, vaguely humanoid impressions about 11 inches long. But tonight the mystery was more immediate and jarring. We didn't stick around to investigate further. The cold creeping in and the echo of that thud were enough for us to pack up and get out of there as quickly as possible. A few weeks later, the story took another turn, up at Willow Creek Campground past Arrow Rock Dam towards Atlanta. It was late August, and I remember it well. Around 2 a.m., my wife and I were jolted awake by a series of knocks. They came intermittently from different directions around the campground. The sound was unmistakable. Wood on wood, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone was trying to communicate or perhaps just playing a strange game. We lay there listening as the knocks continued in sets of 3 or 4, each coming from different spots. It was a pattern that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I told my wife not to worry, even though I wasn't entirely sure what we were dealing with. My explanation, something about Bigfoot or forest spirits, didn't seem to ease the tension. But as the knocking faded and the forest returned to its usual symphony of night sounds, we managed to drift back to sleep, if only fitfully. The next morning we packed up quickly, driven by a lingering sense of unease. The incidents of that night, combined with the previous year's oddities, had left a mark. What we'd encountered was still unexplained. A collection of strange sounds, eerie shadows, and inexplicable events that lingered in our memories. The woods around Crouch and Arrow Rock remained beautiful, but forever marked with an unsettling presence, a reminder that nature can hold secrets far beyond our understanding. The indigenous people of British Columbia have many stories of the Sasquatch. Years ago, I met a couple who went camping in northern Alberta and about 70 yards away. They saw a tall, dark-haired figure standing up just beyond the tree line. The wife said that she and her husband just stared at this creature in shock, and he stared back at them. Then the wife said out loud, but respectfully, "We're here in peace and will not harm you." She said, "I know he doesn't understand me, but I just had to say something." Suddenly the creature disappeared for a minute. Then he came back out with a female and 2 small, hairy creatures, and then they all stared at each other. Then they disappeared. So the couple decided to go in their trailer and they would leave in the morning. That evening they threw some apples in the area where they saw the hairy creatures. The next morning when they left, they checked out the area and saw several footprints. But what was amazing was that the apples were gone. But they also found twigs that were laid down on the ground that appeared to have been placed there on purpose. The twigs, the couple felt, were a thank you from the hominin family. This is the most incredible story I ever heard. But I am from British Columbia and grew up respecting the legend of the Sasquatch. They seem to be super intelligent beings. The couple said they felt non-threatened. I grew up in rural Alberta, where we lived houses were literally a mile apart. It was mostly farmland with lots of large wooded areas. One summer, a schoolmate friend and I went camping at a state reservoir. I think we were only maybe 12 or 13 years old before high school. This was back in the 70s, so I don't remember exactly, but what I do remember was that the campground we stayed at was very isolated around this huge reservoir. But there were provincial rangers around, so we never felt like the area was unsafe. But the first night, about 2 a.m, we heard someone walking around outside. We were both terrified because it was big, not like a raccoon or possum. We were both frozen with fear after about 10 minutes of not hearing anything, and assuming whatever it was left, my friend got his flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent closure, as quietly as possible. When he turned on his flashlight, there was what we could only describe as a Bigfoot about 30 feet away just staring at us. It slowly backed up and walked away. We never heard anything else walking around that night, so it left. We were so scared, and we had no car. They didn't have cell phones back then, so we had to endure the rest of the night. When our parents picked us up the next day, we were so glad to get the heck out of there. And back then, we didn't know anything about Bigfoot. It wasn't talked about, at least not where we were. It was around 1999, and my family was on a road trip from Alberta to British Columbia. We were making good time until an unexpected detour threw off our plans. The GPS had led us down a winding road, and before we knew it, we were stopped at an overlook in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect spot for a lunch break, with a breathtaking view into a deep, rugged valley. As we unpacked our picnic, I remember feeling a sense of serene isolation. The valley stretched out before us, a vast expanse of trees and shadows, bathed in the soft afternoon light. We were just about to dig into our sandwiches when something caught my eye. Across the valley, moving with a strange mix of grace and purpose, was a figure. It was large, much larger than any person I had ever seen. It was covered in dark, thick hair from head to toe, and it was walking swiftly yet casually through the valley floor. The way it moved was almost surreal. It was as if this creature was effortlessly gliding over the uneven terrain, navigating the rocks and underbrush with an ease that seemed almost otherworldly. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure moved with a deliberate and measured pace, but there was something almost primal in its stride. It was so large that it seemed to cast its own shadow over the landscape, dwarfing the surrounding trees and rocks. My family, absorbed in their own conversations and the unpacking of our lunch, hadn't noticed it yet. I nudged my brother and pointed out to the valley. "Look over there," I whispered urgently. He followed my gaze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. We watched in stunned silence as the figure continued its journey. It moved with such fluidity, like a creature perfectly adapted to its environment. I tried to make out more details, but the figure was too far away, and we only saw it from the back. It was neither distinctly male nor female, but its sheer size and the way it moved made it clear that this was no ordinary person. After a few minutes, the figure approached the tree line at the edge of the valley. It seemed to merge with the shadows, gradually disappearing into the dense forest as it climbed the slope and vanished from view. We stood there speechless, trying to process what we had just witnessed. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them felt quite right. Was it a bear walking on its hind leg? A very large, very hairy man, or something else entirely? The encounter left us with more questions than answers. We finished our lunch in an uneasy silence. The image of that dark, hairy figure burned into our memories. Despite the detour and the unexpected stop, That moment became one of the most unforgettable experiences of our trip. 25 years later, I still think about that day. Was it a Sasquatch, as some people might suggest? I'm not sure, but I know what I saw. The memory of that large, dark figure moving effortlessly through the valley remains vivid in my mind. A strange and awe-inspiring encounter that defies easy explanation. I like spooky stories and creepypasta as much as the next person. But I'll be honest, I don't believe in any of this stuff, and I'm sure there's some explanation for what happened to me. I've read about events like the one I'm about to tell you, but I'm sure it's the result of kids being weird kids and people's overactive imaginations. But it happened, and embarrassingly, I'm scared out of my mind regardless of all my skepticism. I hope you guys can help me understand this. I have a pretty odd sleep schedule sometimes, and I had been sick yesterday, so I went to bed fairly early and ended up waking around 4 in the morning. I was hungry, but I haven't done any grocery shopping lately, so I decided to wait for Starbucks to open at 5:30. I went on Reddit for a while. The subreddit I mode is trending today. Played with my cat, got dressed, and left at about 5:45. It was still dark out, and I checked the weather just before I left the house. It was chilly, 9-10 C, and there was a fog warning with low visibility. To my surprise, when I walked out the front door, I was met with a breathtakingly clear pre-dawn sky. I live near the downtown of a mid-sized city, but I could see stars that I hadn't noticed since moving out of the suburbs. I really like observational astronomy, so I walked with my head up, smoking a cigarette and spotting planets. I passed by a gap in some buildings that allowed me to see closer to the horizon, and I had just noticed the morning star, Venus, when I almost ran straight into a girl standing in front of me. She was taller than me, about 5'4", and very slender. I would say she was between 12 and 14 years old. She was wearing a thin white turtleneck and skinny jeans. She was lit from behind by the window of a convenience store, so I couldn't see her face too well, but I could see that she had light skin and a whole lot of curly brown hair. As I stopped short a couple of inches in front of her and quickly apologized, she didn't move or look at me. She appeared to be gazing off into the distance across the street. If she had been older, I would have written it off as weird and continued on my way, but I get worried about kids very easily. It wasn't even 6 a.m., and this young girl was out alone, and not really dressed for the weather either. I started to feel nervous. The girl looked fine, clean, and whatnot, but her demeanor was so odd I was beginning to think she might have been attacked or run away from a party gone wrong. I opened my mouth to ask if she was okay, but before I could say anything, she spoke, still not looking at me. "I think I'm lost." She paused for a few seconds before turning her head and looking into my eyes. "Can I come home with you and use your bathroom?" As soon as she looked at me, I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. I feel so stupid saying this, but there was something wrong with her eyes. She was still partially in shadow, so I tried to rationalize that it was a trick of the light. But as I looked back at her, I couldn't deny that there was nothing there. They were black, but it was worse than that. They looked like pits, as though her eyelids opened into a black void inside her skull. Still, she was a child, and I still hadn't had my coffee, and stuff like this doesn't really happen, right? It's just crazy people and tale. Spinners on the internet. I swallowed my fear and tried to smile. "I'm on my way to Starbucks. They have a bathroom there, so why don't you follow me?" It was as though she hadn't heard me. Her expression didn't change. She just kept staring at me with those empty eyes. "I need to use the bathroom," she repeated. "I'm lost and I don't have any money. Please help me." Nothing about her face looked scared or pleading. She was completely blank. "I can buy you a drink," I offered. No reply. "Come on. Why don't we go somewhere warm and I can call your parents?" At this point, I was shaking with fear. I felt ridiculous and frustrated, and I just wanted to run home and cry. But no way was I letting her see where I lived. She looked at me for another beat, then suddenly, as though she'd put on a mask, her face lit up with an angelic, charming smile. Her eyes, though, didn't change. "See you later," she said lightheartedly, and skipped off in the direction I'd come from. "See you later. Jesus, I hope not." I turned and watched her go, but before she was even a block away, she looked back at me, and I knew I had to run. I booked it to Starbucks, knowing I looked insane, but not giving a damn. The scariest part was the demonic little girl who promised she'd see me later. Jesus Christ, guys, it's 2.5 hours later, and I'm shaking like a leaf just writing about this. It all seems so silly in the light of day. So why can't I stop being afraid? So my friends and I got a late start on a camping and mountain biking trip to Moab. We didn't plan well, so we arrived at night and scrambled to find a place to camp. Somehow we ended up at a reservoir, which must be pretty close to Moab. We set up our tents and everything seemed fine. We were all settled into our tents, and to give you an idea of the landscape, we were on the water, surrounded by cliffs. I started hearing these wispy winds all around us as if they were circling the reservoir, but the air was completely still. Then, all of a sudden, there were about 5 minutes of 30-mile-per-hour winds. After that, it went back to being totally still, but I could hear the wind traveling around, almost like a dragon making its rounds. I knew it was going to come back and hit my tent again. This went on for a couple of hours. Moab is a pretty magical place. We saw lots of amazing rock art, climbed an old native ladder, etc. But I wonder, has anyone heard of spirit winds? There must be loads of stories from Moab. Has anyone had any experiences there? Late April of 2022, me and a few friends went on a road trip through southern Illinois. We passed by Shawnee National Forest and stopped at the Trigg Observation Tower. After soaking in the beautiful view and smoking a few joints with a random stoner couple we met on the way up, we parted ways with our smoke buddies and headed out toward our campsite for the night. It was getting late, and we were driving down these back roads as the sun was setting. It was pretty isolated. Incredibly thick woods flanked both sides of the road, and not another car in sight. That's when we saw a light up ahead, just barely visible through some thick brush. We slowed down, thinking it was some campers getting set up for the night or some hikers who got lost before sundown. As we approached, something seemed off. The light emanated from this old camper van, and the thing hadn't moved in months. Vines were slowly creeping over the canopy. The whole setup just screamed abandon. We looked back to have a second look, trying to make out whether it was from a fire or something inside the van. At first glance, we didn't see anyone as we surveyed the area. But there he was, feet away from the camper, half hiding behind a tree. He was shirtless, only in his coverall pants and hiking boots. He was staring at us and didn't reply when we shouted a hello. As he began to walk in our direction with one hand hidden behind his back, as if he were holding something. We called out again to see if he needed assistance or knew where the campsite was, but he just kept coming, silent and expressionless. We didn't wait to see what he was up to. We leaped right back into the car and flew out of there, dust and rocks kicking up as we took off down the road. We were pretty shaken by the time we finally pulled into our campsite. Worse was yet to come. We had left the firewood at the last gas station, and with the rain, everything around us was pretty wet. We ended up hanging up our hammocks and attempted to fall asleep without fire, which wasn't great for our nerves either. No sooner had we all sighed and started to relax than we heard footsteps coming up from over the crest of a hill, slow and deliberate, just like the guy we'd seen earlier. We killed our lights and sat there in the dark, listening. It felt like eons before the steps stopped and we finally worked up the courage to look around. We took our flashlights and knives, just in case, and did a quick scan but saw nothing. By then we said it hit, so we started packing up our gear, figuring we'd just sleep in the car. Then from behind us there was a cough, and that was all we needed to pack up in a hurry and race down the cluttered trail to our car. We didn't even worry about packing neatly. We just tossed all of our shit in the back and got the F out of there. The next hour was a blur of dark, twisty little roads with no cell service and not a hint of where we were going. Finally, we hit a paved road, and after about 20 more minutes and running on fumes, we come upon a little country store with a gas pump connected to an adorable house and auto garage. It had already closed for the night, but the family living there saw us at the pump while they were having dinner and came outside to help. They even opened the store so we could buy us some snacks and pop. After what we experienced, talking to them was really a huge relief and let us calm our nerves. We eventually got back on the road and kept driving, 6 hours straight back home. On the evening of July 26, 2012, a girl in her late teens and her boyfriend were returning home after seeing the film Men and in Black Eye, which had been released on the same day. As they approached her home, they noticed a strange-looking woman with long black hair, who was dressed in a long black dress and high-heeled shoes, walking towards them as they pulled into the driveway. Even though the vehicle had dark-tinted windows, the girl stated that the woman made eye-to-eye contact with me. Alarmed by this frightening stranger, they immediately backed out of the driveway and pulled away from the location. The boyfriend decided to circle the neighborhood and then return back to his girlfriend's home. As the girl looked back, she was shocked to see that the woman was walking very fast and following us. They increased speed and eventually lost their pursuant. The girl calls home to warn her brother about the strange woman. While on the phone, her brother looked out the window and the same woman in black was standing directly outside the window, wildly waving her arms and staring at him. He looked away, then looked again. The woman had vanished, but he promptly noticed something else. A man dressed in a black dress suit and wearing earplugs was walking in the street past the front of the house. The man looked straight ahead and was swinging his arms as he walked, almost like he was controlled somehow. The man proceeded down the street, still in sight of the witness, then unexpectedly vanished. The girl and her boyfriend soon arrived at her home. The strangers were not in sight. After the witnesses detailed their experiences to each other, they looked out the window to see if either of the strangers had returned. What they saw was a large black cat with bright eyes staring back at them. It, the cat, almost seemed to know what we were saying and thinking, stated the girl. As they watched the curious feline, it started to slowly walk toward the vegetation along the driveway, then it simply vanished before it reached the bushes. Both the girl and her brother submitted audio statements to me on separate days and apart from each other. Both statements were very similar in the description of specific details. I had made inquiries to investigators in the Toronto metro area as well as local officials. There have been no other similar incidents reported. I initially received this information by chance since it was brought up during an interview with one of the girl's relatives on an unrelated case. The relative noted the incident and I followed up on it. The fact that these strangers appeared on the same day as the movie release and that the witnesses had just seen the movie is interesting. The anomalous manner in which these series of sightings transformed seems to suggest that this was more than just a prank. The sensations experienced by the witnesses when the woman stared at them, as well as the atypical speed that the high-heeled stranger displayed during its pursuit of the vehicle, indicate possible supernatural traits. Regarding the missing Flight 370, I have a story that I've never told anyone before because, quite frankly, I couldn't believe my eyes, and it left me thinking I'd gone momentarily nuts. However, I'm quite intuitive, and so I'm very familiar with that odd sensation. Going back some 50 years as a child, I've gotten so used to it, very little freaks me out anymore. Anyway, I was working in the Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina area, and I went out back of the building to take a break like I usually do around 4 p.m., facing north under a partly cloudy sky. The exact date escapes me, but I distinctly remember that it was either the day before or the exact date of the start of the Republican National Convention in Tampa, Florida, so it was around August 27, 2012. So I'm looking up at the sky at an approximate 45 angle when I noticed a brownish-colored airliner with two engines on both wings. I could clearly see that level of detail against a blue sky, but a normal cruising altitude approaching from NNE to SSSW. It was on a path that I was guessing could have potentially been from the New York area towards western Florida, and I jokingly told myself, a psychic impression, that it was on its way to the RINCT. Anyway, it was approaching a smallish elongated cloud, kind of cigar, shaped and parallel to the horizon. Not a chemtrail, about the width of a finger or two when held up at arm's length. So I thought it would be cool to watch it as it either flew through this small cloud or over it, which should have only taken a few seconds, and it never came out. I mean, I scanned that area of the sky for a solid 5 minutes, and all around that cloud, I never saw that airliner again. There was no mention of any missing plane on the news that night, so I buried what I saw, or what I really thought I'd seen, until this past week. And I'm now intuiting that someone or something had done humanity a great service in both cases by abducting an entire airliner, full of who knows, who or what, both times, or I'd rather not entertain the thought of the opposite. I was taking care of my parents' house in the woods of Colorado. I woke up in the middle of the night to this black figure standing over me making a gurgling noise. Not loud. It sounded like it was far away. But the figure was inches away from me. I'm not a stranger to sleep paralysis, the demon in the corner type thing. But this was different. I couldn't move, which carried over, but I was trying. It felt like I was tied down. My vision started to go red, almost like when you're injured in a video game. That blood effect that moves in from the edges. All of a sudden, the figure fell on me. I could feel the weight pressing down on my chest. I couldn't breathe. I could feel my blood struggle to escape underneath it. Then it rolled off of onto the other side of the bed and started laughing, quietly, like it had just remembered an inside joke. But it was laughing in mock versions of other people's laughs. My mom's, my dad's, a few of my friends. It started to distort. It became the silhouette of my mom 5 years earlier. The laugh became a touch clearer, closer to hers. Then its hand slid over in the bed, very slowly, like it was nervous to touch me. It grabbed my hand and held on, fingers interlaced. It felt like solid fog, and it rolled like there was something liquid moving in waves underneath the surface. It kept holding on and kept laughing. Eventually, the red in my vision faded into full black, and I woke up almost a full 20 hours later. My body ached. It felt like my spine had been taken out and replaced. Moving was a chore. I had to relearn how to do all the simple things over the next hour or two until it all crashed back into me. I try not to remember it too much in case it comes back. Okay, so I'm 18, and this happened last week. I recently moved to a different country with my parents. For context later, I was home alone a couple of days ago, and my parents said they were going somewhere to buy something. Wasn't really paying much attention, so they were going out and leaving me home with a dog, a small dog. They left, and I was just doing graphic design work with our dog silently sitting next to me when all of a sudden he starts barking incessantly. He barks a lot, even more in the presence of other animals or strangers, but he was barking a lot more than usual, so I thought he might seen a stranger walk by our house through the window or something. But he gets up and runs to the front door. His barking isn't uncommon, so mildly annoyed, I go after him to try and calm him down. Our front door is one of those windows with a glass you can't see through very clearly. I think it's called frosted glass or something. I go to the front door to see my dog jumping and barking at the door, and the shadow of someone standing directly in front of the door, eerily close to it. I was born and raised in Canada, so my first language is English. I know the native language to this country at a conversational level because I use it to speak with family and relatives. I assumed it was the mailman or something, but a little nervous, as I am not a very outgoing person and still struggle with the language. I pick up my dog and call out to the person to see what they want, paper-thin walls, but there is no response. I call out to them about 4 times, and they just stood there in front of the door as if they were staring. I am sufficiently creeped out at this point and go back to the room I was working in with my dog. The room is right beside the front door. Seconds after I go back to the room, I hear the person trying to open the door. A few minutes pass and they leave. About 10 minutes go by and my parents are back home. I don't know why, but I hadn't planned on telling them. However, once they came home, my dad asked me if someone had come by the house. He told me it was just something being delivered to our house and that he had gotten a text, whatever that means. I was still creeped out because they didn't even ring the doorbell or say anything when I called out to them. 2 days ago, my parents have to go out again, but this time they insist I should shut the curtains, turn off the lights, and remind me not to open the door for any strangers. I'm 18, but they were being overly cautious this time, and it reminded me of this incident. I hate being home alone now. I never really told many people about this. It was only a few months ago, but I've been paranoid ever since. I'm gonna try to be pretty detailed, but this shouldn't be too long of a story. I live in a somewhat rural part of Alabama, about 30 or so minutes from the Florida line. It was warm out, as it usually is here, so I decided to sit outside and watch some videos on my phone. I still, as usual, wore jeans and a hoodie. Just so you know, I'm a 17-year-old guy. I'm pretty short, around 5'4" or 5'5", and I'm skinny, but still have a bit of weight on me. From a distance, it can be easy to mistake me for a short-haired girl. Anyway, I'm sitting outside on a porch swing that has since been removed, watching videos on my phone. I had started to notice a white car driving by several times. Whoever was driving was probably lost. It can be easy to get lost out here. Even though the road I'm on is off of a highway, signal tends to get patchy about halfway to my house, and the back roads off of it get even worse. I thought nothing of it, as it was common for the same car to drive by, repeatedly trying to find the place they're supposed to be. About 5 minutes after the last time the car drove by, it showed up again, pulling into my driveway this time. Assuming the driver was lost, I got up and walked towards the car, willing to try to give directions to the driver. The driver's side window rolled down, and I was met with a white man, probably late 30s or early to mid-40s. He had dirty blonde hair that was obviously balding, and he wore black sunglasses. His car was full of what I assumed was his stuff. It seemed like maybe he was moving or even living out of his car. Weird, but not impossible. "You're not who I was looking for," he said. "How old are you?" I told him I was 17. A smile took over his face. "Do you like the freaky baby?" Fear took over and I turned away. I must have ran to my front door, slamming and locking it. I looked out the window and saw him backing out quickly and driving away. I grabbed a baseball bat from our back porch and held on to it until my sister got home from her friend's house. I never told my mom or the police. I didn't get the guy's name or license plate, so I didn't see the point. I haven't seen him since and hope to never see him again. When I was about 14, I just moved with my mom in England, which meant I didn't speak English very well. Since my mom was working, I had to be home alone every single day until I eventually started school. The house had 2 floors and 2 entrances, one at the back facing a garden and another one in the front. The front one would lock on its own, however, the one at the back would require you to do it, which I always forgot because I really wasn't bothered. Where I lived, having people jump in your garden while running away from the police wasn't unheard of. However, one morning I was home alone and I decided to clean my room, and after a while, as I looked out of my window, it also faces the garden. There were these 2 men just standing in my garden. At that point, I had all sorts of scenarios going on in my head, and the fact that I never locked the back door kept coming back to me. So I decided to just lock myself in the room and just see what they do. As you all might already guess, they walked towards the door, trying to open it, and at that moment I had no idea what to do anymore. I had no phone because I broke mine and it was getting fixed. Also, jumping out the window was not an option because it wouldn't open wide enough. So I just kept looking out the window. They did not come in because my mom, a very smart woman, decided to check if the door was locked before she left for work. After that, the men just went to the next house, but I wasn't worried as it was mostly occupied by men, and there was always a lot of slightly violent people inside it at all times. But I never saw those men or heard anything again since. Edit. I have more stories of creepy encounters as I lived there for a bit and still go back there quite often. For some reason, I don't know how to avoid speaking with strangers, like I just find myself in the middle of a situation. So just let me know if you want to hear more. I was riding the bus back home after work. It was about 1 a.m. I'm a security guard and often work odd hours. So I'm sitting there and this guy gets on, sits across from me. He was wearing a suit, had a briefcase, regular-looking middle-aged guy. What struck me about him at first was that he was chewing a cigar, not smoking it. You can't smoke on the bus. So I was just looking at him while he stared out the window and chewed his cigar. All of a sudden, he turned and looked at me. His eyes were pitch black, just as you described. My heart started beating like crazy. I was starting to panic, and I had no idea why. Then he grinned at me, and his teeth were all covered in tobacco bits and brown juice. The cigar clamped between them. I almost screamed, but instead I had the presence of mind to just get up and take the seat right behind the driver. I calmed down a bit after that, but I kept an eye on the guy. He ended up chatting with some woman that got on, and they were still talking when I got off. I later convinced myself he was just trolling me, having fun with a pair of contacts. Now I wonder. In 1989, while my husband was stationed at Yokota Afbe in Fusa, Japan, outside of Tokyo, we had quite an experience. One night, while my husband, myself, and 3 sons were sleeping, there was a loud knock on the bedroom door. It knocked 3 times at 3 a.m. I got up to see if it was one of the kids, but they were all asleep. A week later, the same thing happened again at 3 a.m. The knocking was much harder this time. My husband got up to check, but I knew it was not a human. I would not let him answer the door. Shortly after this, we got orders to write Patterson Afby in Ohio, and there was no more knocking. We found a home to buy, so we moved in while waiting for all our things to come from Japan, which took a month. We all were in sleeping bags. The boys each had their own bedroom and shared a bath, while our bedroom and bath was on the other side of the house. The first night we were there, at 3 a.m., the knocking started by banging on our bedroom door. I was quite upset and asked my husband, why did it follow us all this way and what does it want? At this point, I will tell you that since I was a small child up to now, I'm 67 years old, I've seen many things not normal. I've also heard many things and had experiences that are unexplained. I have been told that I have the ability to see things and know things. I think it is from some people in my family who have physic abilities. We heard no more knocking for now, but when we went under the house, it had a very large crawl space. We found a sawhorse that had a Bible opened up to a verse. I cannot remember what it was, but it had a red ribbon laying across it. We left there since I felt it was to remove something bad. Our belongings came and we got settled in, and my oldest son's friend from Japan came to stay with us for a year since his parents were being transferred to Texas, and he did not want to go there right away. We all started feeling a little odd at times in the house. One night, the boys and I were watching television, and cable box started spinning the channel finder and switching from side A to side B. It finally stopped, and I put back on the show we were watching. It scared everyone. A couple of nights later, the knocking started up again. First on my bedroom door, then the next night it knocked on two of the boys' doors. The next night it went wild and knocked on all bedroom doors lightly, then went again, pounding harder and harder on each door over and over until it finally stopped. A couple of nights passed and it started again, over and over, so hard that you could see the doors shake. This went on and on, night after night, for several months, then suddenly stopped. We then noticed that the dining room floor seemed to be spinning or swirling very lightly, but we seemed to be able to feel it if standing still. If company came and sat at the dining room table, they would say they felt sick or they leave soon after. A few months later, we heard a knock on the front door and I froze. I felt that we were in serious danger. My oldest son, who was 18 at this time, and I both answered the door. There were three young men, late 20s or early 30s, who looked like they were poured from the same mold. All were identical, blonde hair, sunglasses, dark sweets, tan trench coats, same black shoes. All three were the same height and had identical hairstyles and cuts. One of them said, "We would like to talk to you. Can we come in?" I said, "No, I am cooking dinner right now." "What do you want to talk to us about?" He said, "We are from Elds and are spreading the word." He talked in a deep monotone voice. It was like we were in the Matrix movie. They told us that they were going to each house in the neighborhood. After they left, we went behind a bush to watch where they went. They walked 3 blocks up the street and got into a big black car. I believe it was a Lincoln Town car. A man was driving wearing a dark coat and black hat like a fedora. They drove off. We now were feeling other things in the house, like the thermostat would click off and on. We felt it was synced with the base's jet engine repair area called Area B. When the engines were on and being tested, the thermostat would turn off and on in sync with engine sounds. I would say right, Patterson AFBI has some weird things there. My husband worked in the former Project Blue Book building, Foreign Technology Division. Top secret place. It is where all the alien stuff went on, and I believe still does. Hangar 18 is real if you've ever heard of it. I will say that all we went through, it did get my husband. I found him in a catatonic state on the dining room floor, and the doctors could never find anything wrong with all the testing. Now 2017, and he has never been the same since that day. Everything I have written is 100% true. It was somewhere in South Carolina. My boyfriend at the time and I were driving to Myrtle Beach. I am not a good passenger and tend to wig out on the interstate, so we were taking the back roads. It was pretty late at night. We had just gone through some little podunk town and we're in the woods now. Pine tree woods. He was driving and I looked over at him. Through the window on his side, it looked like someone's laundry had come off the line and was getting blown around, like a big bed sheet getting hit by gusts of wind. Except we were in the woods and there were too many trees around for it to be laundry blowing around. So I'm looking dead at this big white thing and my brain couldn't wrap around what it was, but it was coming straight at the car. The closest thing I can think of would be a pterodactyl. I'm panicking and positive we are going to die. So I'm screaming, "Go, go, go," and my eyes are squeezed shut. And there is no way in hell I'm going to watch it kill us. Of course we get away. But when we looked at the car, there was a big snotty smear on the driver's side window. We weren't drunk or high or recently released from a psych facility. Any insight you could offer would be great. I've talked to other people about it and no one has had a similar experience. I can't find anything like it online. The closest thing I've found are thunderbirds. But this thing was not dark in color. Ideas? The date was between 2004, 5 in the summer. I know that doesn't narrow it down very much. I did get an overwhelmingly negative feeling from it. I felt like it was coming for us, not just passing by. We were coming from Roanoke, Virginia, and got the directions from MapQuest. I've lost contact with the boyfriend, and I'm pretty sure he sold the car. The slimy smear never did come off the window. It was greenish, gray in color, like discharge from a bad sinus infection. I remember thinking it was weird that it wouldn't come off and we should scrape some off and send it to the lab. I don't remember the name of the town, but I do remember thinking how much it looked like my dad's town. He lives in Bowman, X. It was in a pretty rural area. No stoplights. If you blinked, you'd miss it. This happened almost 3 years ago. Not sure of the actual date. One night, while coming home from my girlfriend's house, I saw something flying toward my car through the night sky at about 7:30 a.m. It had leather-like wings and was almost as big across as the windshield. I did not get a good look because it was dark, but it had almost orange reddish eyes and swooped up before it smashed into the windshield of the car. The whole time I was pumping the brakes, afraid it was going to smash into the car. I told my parents, but they tried to convince me it was a bat, but I told them no, it was way too big. Then 1 year later, my dad told me he saw the same thing flying towards the windshield of his car on the same road and same spot. My brother also saw it in the backyard as he was taking out scraps. While walking back from the fence, he saw the shadow of something on the ground, like it flew directly under the outside light, almost blocking the light. He was shocked by the shadow on the ground, then quickly heard something moving around in the trees. He informed my dad, and they quickly went back outside. They could not see anything in the dark, but felt that something was watching from the trees. None of us have seen or experienced this again. What made me decide to send this was because of the Flying Dinosaurs article. That might possibly be what I saw. Not too sure. Any ideas are welcome. I just know it was pretty big, about the size of a man. I live in South Carolina. This also happened in the wintertime.